Peace. What up, though? How y'all feeling? My bad. Hey, let's make sure we on the like button. What up, though? On this Thursday, hey man, it's a little rainy here right now. I ain't even fucked up about it. I got a busy day, and I have a busy day. We getting ready. I'm not even tripping on this rain. Cause see, I know how to turn this rain into blue skies and sunshine. Yeah, I know how to turn these skies into blue sky. I know how to turn these gray skies into blue skies. Do you hear me, fam? I know how to turn these gray skies into blue skies. Viva Mexico. Yeah. Say it with me. Viva Mexico. On a nigga ass. Yeah, turn it one time for the one time, man. We in the mix. Once again is on. Boy, let me tell you. I didn't get much sleep last night. Every time I go to Unscramble Mind's house, I don't get no sleep. God damn it. I'm gonna have to be mindful. I'm gonna have to be mindful of that in the future. Every time. Every time I go to Unscramble Mind's house, I wind up not getting no sleep. I think I I probably had I think I got about 2.5 hours of sleep. Yeah, it was that bad. But the question is, was it worth it? I think it definitely was worth it. Maybe I need to go to sleep and wake up and ask myself that. But right now, with me not being asleep, goddamn, asking myself, was it worth it? It definitely was worth it. Last night, the ladies had Judge Joe Brown on. Judge Joe Brown, me personally, he produced a lot of detailed information that really at this day and time you really can't get anywhere else. And I think a lot of people can be a student to this information because a lot of things that he said, most scholars of today have yet to even grasp or understanding them. I don't know what the fuck these niggas. I don't know what they reading because these niggas game is so far off. I'm saying just as an overall view. I don't know what these guys was reading. I don't know what FBA out here talking about. Not just them, Black Americans, period. I just said them because they one of the most popular right now. But anyone running around here calling themselves black, I don't know what they been under a rock because brother Joe Brown is gonna explain how hell he said in the student body that helped create the term. It's not a real term. He came out and said we chose to call ourselves black. Everybody looked around, looked left, looked right, looked left, looked right. Who the fuck is we, nigga? And like Judge O'Brien, he had an answer. I ain't gonna lie, it was one instance. It was maybe 2 or 3 instances. I asked him and he didn't know. And it kind of shocked me the first time he did it because there's some things that I admire about the old man. A few things that I admire about him. First off, I never met no one with as much knowledge as the old man. Never. I never ran across not one person with as much knowledge as the old man. But what it shows me is the type of men that they produced at that time um was so different than men that they're producing today. Not even the men that man, listen, he comes from a last of a dying breed. A lot of niggas all the way up to 50 years old today don't even carry those traits and qualities. He comes from a different era of man. My grandfather was, you know, spoke different languages. When you talking about what they read, you talking about how many books they read. Niggas today sit in front of libraries and ain't even read the damn books. You know, back then it damn near wasn't nothing that if you were a man, it was damn near like God, Superman, because it was nothing that you couldn't do. You feel me? It was nothing that you couldn't do. And now today, nigga just give up and just fall out. These niggas so much of some hoes today, boy. I mean, you just slap the shit out of them. Yeah, these niggas so much of some hoes today. And you women out there fucking on them. You women out there telling niggas it's okay to cry. You niggas out there talking about nigga express your emotions. And these niggas are some straight up bitches. These niggas out there sucking on the dick today. These niggas out there sucking on their dick and want us to accept them. Yeah, I don't know, boy. This shit is. I don't want to do it. I'm gonna get into the tape, man, because I got a barbershop appointment. I gotta get my ass to the barbershop in a couple hours. In 2 hours, I gotta get my ass to the barbershop. But I learned so much. One of the things I learned was to keep your goddamn mouth closed. Another thing I learned was how much I have not learned yet in this life. You know, the topic was on the Trump hit, you know, and it was cool, nigga asked some little underhand, nigga threw a couple underhand pitches, let him knock him out the park, real comfortable in the pocket. He was like, I liked those questions. Real just, underhanded nigga hitting home runs on them hoes. And man, something happened. And I'm gonna be honest, I kind of saw it, but I didn't know where it was going, but I kind of saw what was happening as it was happening. You gotta understand it was already like, 11, maybe midnight, somewhere around there for me. Man, them niggas came in that bitch and tried to run down on Judge. And I say, this nigga, and then they ain't do nothing but get a little more courageous. That nigga Topcatz right here. Fuck it, we gonna jump him. I said, God damn. Nigga, don't do it. Boy, I seen this young man take a beer to the back. Oh man, them nigga turned up a beer. I said, man, don't do it. Boy, that nigga said, nigga, do you see me? I said, oh shit. Oh shit, this nigga had a jacket on in the house. I said, "Oh, this." In the summertime, I said, this nigga finna start tripping." DJ Lord have mercy said, "Red tie Trump, any other color tie, no tie, open button shirt, central casting." Brother DJ, for you to be that convinced that you have the right answer, brother DJ, um, with no, I mean, as if you were there or if you were in the back room sitting in the goddamn Oval Office with these niggas making up the plans, I would advise you to not believe everything you hear on the internet. You got to understand we're in an era of trash ass scholars. The world has never been this damn dumb before. The representatives, the niggas with microphones don't know a motherfucking thing. Brother, I would be very, very careful on what I pick up off the internet in this day and time, brother. These niggas are not smart. These niggas are looking for social lives. These niggas are bored, fam. These niggas are bored and looking for social lives, sir. So they come to the internet. If I were you, I would advise you, nigga, to put the mic down. To stop listening. Tell these niggas to put the mic down. Stop listening to these guys on the internet, bro. Especially with conspiracy theory shit like that. And then you gonna go to goddamn believing the shit wholeheartedly. So much that you even passing the information along, nigga. Nah, fam. Just look, whoever said the fear, just let them look crazy. Unless them niggas was there or they sitting in the back room making the deals, bro. It's just some he say, she say shit. Niggas are dumb. I'm gonna tell you, these niggas are borderline. I mean, compared to back in the day, I always said I came in the wrong era. I mean, ain't no goddamn competition, nigga. So, and yeah, I just leave it at that, man. Jamie in the building, Emmanuel in the building. Emmanuel say that shit was real. Look, man, at this point, I don't even think it's up to us. I think at this point, we need to get out them folks' motherfucking business. To be honest, because nigga, we get nothing out of it if it was real or if it was fake. What the fuck we got to do? Niggas act like they put the hit out. Boy, to listen to so many of these content creators on this topic. Everybody got it. I'm seeing niggas even title it the best Trump assassination breakdown. I done heard all type of shit. Niggas act like they vote count around this motherfucker. Niggas, sit your ass down somewhere, get out these folk business. Niggas act like they put up the money to get the nigga hit. Niggas act like they put up the money to get a nigga hit. Man, get out them folks motherfucking business before they come for your ass. Nah, for real. Nigga, they gonna put them stamps. They gonna put them goddamn food stamps on your card, nigga, and catch your ass at the grocery store, nigga. Nigga, man, you better chill out. Y'all get out them folk business. Do you know what a nigga would do to you for getting in his business? Let them folk do whatever they gonna do, fam. Do you know what a nigga would do to you for getting in them folk, for getting in somebody's business, especially about a nigga that put a hit out on the goddamn ex-president? Nigga, do you know what a nigga will fuck over your game, boy? Nigga will put them food stamps on there and catch your ass walking outside a Kroger, nigga, and do it to you. You ain't in no type of motherfucking position, nigga, to be out here spreading rumors about a nigga doing an assassination attempt on the president. What is wrong with nigga? That's how much. That's how far we have failed. These niggas today, what they call them, a chatty patty. Nigga get a little information and want to go tell everybody. Man, stay out folks' goddamn business. No. Nah, I ain't talking about you, man. Because I'm just saying. I mean, you free to get your opinion, but you know, man, back in the game, bro, you couldn't have caught us sitting around goddamn conversating, gossiping on another nigga motherfucking business like niggas do today. Niggas have turned into hoes, and the women turned into the niggas. Nah. It's getting bad. But I get it, you know. America has taught everybody they got a choice, they got an opinion. Feel free, nigga. Express yourself. And yeah, America done told niggas. Remember back in the game when we was growing up, they had the little number you can call. Remember if you was getting ass whoopings at home, they had a phone number you can call, nigga. Back then, the commercials, we ain't have Google and shit, nigga. Them hoes come on the commercial. Are you a victim of abuse? Yeah. Say, have you? Yeah. You a victim of alcohol abuse. Yeah. Nah, nigga. When we grew up, nigga, they had them little commercial, nigga. You could call, nigga, call on there, nigga. Nigga, my parents are beating the shit out of me over here. Nigga, come help. Now, so, now they got numbers you can call. Them hoes talking about if you were born with a dick and you want to cut it off and get a pussy, call 1-800-555-3332. Yeah, nah. Them hoes say, boy, if you were born with a dick and you don't want it no more, and you're under the age of 10, call 1-800-555-4432. Them hoes, nigga, what the fuck? If you were born with a dick and you don't want it no more and you're under the age of 10, press 1. Yeah. Say them hoes. Nah, that shit for real though. Nah, this the world we living in. You know, shit, women went from throwing that ass in a circle. Now they son on this hoe with blonde hair, blonde highlights in his shit, nigga, cuts in his eyebrows, and he throwing that ass in a circle. He like it how I do it, baby. He don't like me, but bitch love me. And then, yeah, boy, I hate that goddamn song. Nigga, a bunch of niggas on here popping ass, biting the tip of their tongue, making facial expressions. It's bad, man. I don't want to be here. You know, I be laughing, not in niggas' face. You know, come on, man. Y'all know some goddamn body. Y'all know some human being that came out here and tell y'all nigga they are alien. Yeah, y'all remember that era? Y'all remember that era when the conscious community got a little too motherfucking conscious for me. Nah, y'all remember that era though? Conscious community got a little too motherfucking conscious. These niggas started coming out here telling us they were aliens. Do y'all remember that shit? Nah, bitch, you done got my dicks off. You tripping. So you say you what? Bitch, you from Pluto? Yeah, I'm an alien. I really feel like I'm an alien sometimes. Oh, okay. I'm glad you told me that. So you say you an alien, huh? Yeah, nah, man. Y'all know when the motherfucking country community got a little too conscious, nigga. Motherfucker running around here talking about they aliens. I don't belong here. I just feel like my soul and my spirit. I just feel like I'm not from here. Oh, okay. Damn. So where you from? Boy, I ain't been asleep fucking with unscrambled mind, nigga. I'm tripping. Fuck it. But I ain't been to sleep fucking with unscrambled mind. And it's like every time I go to their house, I just don't get no sleep. I got shit to do today. I got a whole day up ahead of me, man. Man, I took a melatonin gummy last night. I said, man, put this nigga down. I'm finna have to put him down. Nigga, I popped 2 melatonin gummies, nigga. That was by 3:40 a.m. I knew it was over with for me. Motherfucking hoe ass birds got to chirping outside the window, nigga. I'm like, what the fuck? Nigga, I hear everything, nigga, going on, nigga. Yeah, man, I hear every motherfucking thing, nigga. Neighbor crunk up the car, vroom. Nigga on the way to work, nigga, I'm fucking, nigga, I'm up. Nigga, I looked up, nigga, it was 7:30. I said, ain't this about a bitch? I don't know what it is. We gonna have to start coming on at 6 p.m. Central Eastern time, goddamn, fucking with Unscrambled Mind. We need a daytime show. We need a daytime show. I got shit to do this weekend. Whew, I got a whole lot to get done. All I want to do is just close my eyes and lay down for a second. All I want to do is just close my eyes and lay down for a second and relax. Y'all bullshit, man. Let me get into this bill, man, because we ain't got but 2 hours to go through it, and this nigga was talking for like 4. Turtle Island in the building, Lucchini, Sister Freedom, Divine, Dosey Do, Joe 47, St. Louis, Luxo, Miss Jessica, A Tunch in His History, Yamaha. Who else we got in here? Fam, Grovey, Nanya, April, Turtle Island, Tiff 2 times. Who else we got in this building? Sister Free, Council, Indian Rev, DJ Mercy, Pharaoh Chief, boy, Pharaoh and the Chief, nigga. All in the building. Coach Ra. Martin in the building. Corey, Con Wolf, Gurley. Goddamn, I can't get everybody, nigga. Shout out to everybody in this motherfucker. Yeah, how about that, nigga? And I need to get to this bill. Turtle Island in the super chat. Turn up one time. Man, let's get on over here. Where we going? Let me see something. Cause I got to asking too many questions.
You will find Vance has more experience in the U.S. Senate and in elected positions than Barack Obama did when he got elected president.
All right, so what's taking place right now? First out, we have a brother with shades, dark shade, tinted shades on, and a jacket with his keychain. Brother has a keychain on his neck, which indicates he's not finished with his night. Now, as I said earlier, it had to be knocking on midnight for me. This brother's in Baltimore in a bathroom, with a wooden door, colonial wood on that some bitch. Brother is 1 hour ahead of me. He kind of like dressed like a substitute teacher though. So I had no idea that he wanted to fight. I should have knew because I said, God damn, why this nigga shoes tied up at 1 a.m.? Nigga, why you got on shoes and them hoes tied up, nigga, at 1 a.m.? That is on a Wednesday. That's strange. So I should have knew something. But it was something that happened that turned it all around. See, I had other questions. I was about to get out the mic, but I had other questions. And the brother patient. He's being patient right now. And he went out of camera. I want y'all to take a look. I want y'all to take a look at what's about to happen. When he did this here, Lord have mercy. Oh, shit. They get that over there. He drinking one of them cheap motherfuckers too, nigga. That's an ice. That nigga drinking one of them ices. Them hoes be at the front of the door in the store when you come in there. Yeah, nah, them hoes at the front of the door, nigga. When you soon as you come in the store, they like right there at the front of the door. You know they put a lot of cheap shit by the register in case you got change and you like, fuck it, give me 2 of these. You know what I'm saying? Give me the bubble gum, nigga. Give me 2 of these motherfucking double mint bubble gum, nigga. Give me some of these individual line laters, nigga, up out there. You know, they keep all the cheap shit right there by the door. Just in case you break some chains and you like, you know what, fuck it. Give me one of these. So this one of them 2 for $1 motherfuckers right here. Ice babies, nigga. Them hoes 2 for $1. Now I know the economy then went up, so them hoes they're probably 89 cents a piece now. It's gonna take a 12 pack of them hoes, nigga, for you to even feel it. That nigga that one there, he got them. He went and got the family size. He went in there and got the family size. My boy got a family size ice. Motherfucking 40 ounce nigga in the can. They got a 40 ounce in the can, nigga. Cause he turned his camera off. First he was gonna go off the record with it. And then nigga, when I seen him say, fuck it, turn the camera back on, and he tilted that bitch up, I said, oh shit, this nigga want to fight. Yeah, I said this nigga want to fight. I said, damn, man, you know what, nigga, I'm a remain neutral. I said, fuck it, I'm remain neutral, nigga. Let me come up to when it's his go.
This is my
Why
question.
You want me to see service that improperly the security force for Trump was depleted and his ordinary persons were taken away, and they had a secondary untrained squad to guard him, and the person that was in charge had never done this before. I'm thinking that if there was any kind of conspiratorial thing going on, it was, well, we don't care if something happens, more power to whoever does it, and we're rid of somebody we don't like.
Hey, y'all, they get the lights up. They get the lights up. Share the video out if y'all can. We about to turn up. Y'all laughing. We about to get into some real shit. It ain't even gonna be funny no more. That's how I really got. I'm talking about it. It was not fun anymore. That motherfucker turned into a crime scene, nigga, an investigation.
Some of them don't give a damn, and some of them.
Jeremiah, be nice. Peace, brother.
Yeah, Joe Brown.
That nigga just remind me of like one of them 1970 singers. That nigga look like he should have featured with Tina Turner back in that day. Shaka Khan and Jeremiah Myers. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to see why we ain't get one of them motherfucking classics. That nigga there out of this era, because I heard that young man say he was 36. I said the devil is a liar. Nigga, you look like somebody's granddaddy. I said, nigga, I don't know if he going for that look. Oh shit, that nigga, I know you got 2-3 grandkids, nigga. I know all your kids got kids, nigga. You need it. That nigga, young man say, I'm 36. I said, oh damn.
I talked to you the last time. Look, can you see me? You can see me, right?
I'm
Look,
not sure.
come on now. You can see me. Look in the screen.
I'm looking in the screen, but I'm looking on my cell phone.
But you can see me, right?
System's been hacked. I don't know where you are.
Yeah.
Wave your hand or
Okay. I just.
Okay. Go
Can
ahead.
you see that?
I see the waved hand, but I can't make you out because you're kind of small.
You can't see my face.
Brother, you can't see me, brother.
Indistinct. You're about this big to me. You're on a cell
Good
phone.
God Almighty! Come on.
That nigga getting frustrated. I said, "Oh shit, these niggas finna fight. They finna fight."
Come on, man. All right. This is my question.
Why you want me to see you?
Okay. Because you on the screen, I can see you.
Nigga say, why you want me to say you? Nigga said, jive turkey.
Question, honey.
Ask your question.
Look, this is my question.
Look at me. Nigga put the wrinkles in his forehead and that dosey. What the hell you talking about? You thought he was 18. That nigga got wrinkles in his forehead. Man, can't no 18-year-old little boy do that. Can't no 18-year-old little boy put no wrinkles in his goddamn forehead.
Now, you already know.
God damn it, Dots is wearing that dress.
No president.
Judge Joe Brown said, I know you wore that for me.
Is they selected, they not elected when it comes down to this politician stuff. And my question is, we got people in this land and in this community that know for a fact is that they indigenous to this land.
What are you?
I said, oh shit. Well, I said I need to edit my motherfucking profile. Let me take Big Chief off that motherfucker or something, nigga, because I want to stay neutral, nigga. I said, goddamn, nigga, change that goddamn picture or something. I want to stay neutral, nigga. I'm about to tuck myself in, nigga. I done got out the tub. I'm finna go on lay down, nigga. The devil is a liar. Nigga, we supposed to be talking about the Trump assassination, nigga. That nigga said, God damn it, y'all Masons are in the lodge hiding the truth. I said, oh, shit. Said, oh, shit. This nigga got all sheen on, too. They finna start tripping in this hoe. And Judge Joe Brown, he a bald head nigga. He don't want no nigga with no long hair and no silk press nigga. Goddamn me stepping in him. I said, oh, it's finna be some shit in here. A bald head nigga and a nigga with a perm. I said, oh yeah, that's a bad combination right there.
And they're indigenous to this land, where so that they didn't come from nowhere else. They ain't come from Africa. They didn't come from no other place, no other country. Where so that they always been here.
Earth originated in Africa.
No. Come on now, man. My family. What do you mean you can't deal with me?
If you don't understand the anthropology, I can't deal with you. Just go ahead and make it.
What do you mean? I understand.
Nigga, all life come out of Africa. I said, oh shit.
I got my family is Pagotaway Indian from Montgomery County, Maryland.
Right.
What are you talking about?
To do with the fact that 95,000.
All right, so let me finish my question. Let me finish. No. Not no spit test. They already did it with lizards. Come on now, man. Get out of here.
Go ahead.
But that's what they do. So what other DNA test do they test?
What's your point?
That ancestry test is through spit. Come on. Let me get this out.
About, man? Focus.
That ancestry test is through spit. That's spit.
Stop jiving me, sucker.
That's spit DNA. That's spit DNA.
What's that got to do with it?
Okay, let me finish my question.
Sister Freedom came. Sister Freedom jumped out and said, "Man, Topcatz." I said, "Oh shit." I jumped out. I said, "Hey, I'm neutral. Nah, I'm staying out of it." Sister Freedom talking about, God damn it, Topcatz. Oh nah, now they want me to fight the nigga. I had already seen Pat Gabriel in the chat. I was like, oh man, listen. Man, I'm in this whole nigga. I'm finna lay down. I just tucked myself in, nigga. I'm finishing my tea. Man, come on, man.
Hold on, guys. Hold on,
Dude,
everybody.
what's
Let
your
Jeremiah
point?
You know this already,
What
man.
what you asking?
Stop
What are you asking?
jiving me.
Yeah,
Sucker.
What
can
are you
you
asking?
ask
All
a
right.
question? Just a question.
We got people. He stopped me from being able to answer it. I already know he's
go
trying to
ahead,
dodge
quit
shit.
talking and running off the mouth. Ask the question.
Go on
Ask
now.
the
Go
Look.
on now. Don't start it.
We got people in this community. We got people in this community as being indigenous to this land. So, how do you feel about black being civil litter, mortis, and law, meaning dead, when it applies to all peoples in this land?
What did
you just say to me, young man? What in the hell did you just say to me, young man? And all I could think of was what I told the brother earlier. I say, boy, this is the era of the weakest scholars that ever scholared, nigga. These are lowercase scholars, nigga. Boy, stop believing or regurgitating what you hear on the goddamn internet. Man, and nigga don't ever nigga come out here and regurgitate what a goddamn Moore taught you. Boy, you go, boy, nigga, these nigga that fucked the word up, nigga, they been had the language wrong on the motherfucker, nigga. Oh, yeah, nigga, stop regurgitating the internet ass scholars. You ain't never seen a nigga with a book in his hand. Come on, man. You ain't ever. God damn it, nigga. What you say there, boy? That nigga say, what the hell you just say to me?
you just say?
Yo, you understand what I'm saying? Civil litter, mortis.
Hold on, Jeremiah. How it feels about black being civilis mortus in law, the Latin term that means that it's dead in law to call yourself black.
He said, "What?"
I call myself black because I choose.
Now you heard that. Yeah, but it's dead in law, right?
Okay, let him answer.
Is it dead in law?
Wait,
no,
Jeremiah,
it's not dead in law. Where the hell did you get that? I'm saying black. We said black because we
what you
chose
mean?
to be black. 1966.
Who
we
chose
started
that?
saying it.
We didn't. My people ain't choose to be no black.
How old are you, son? Son, how old are you?
How old are you, son? Now he gonna
son?
son him. Now he gonna son him. I'm like, God damn. It's funny right now, nigga. It ain't finna be funny for your ass in a little second. How old are you, son? Now he just gonna son him. How old are you, son?
All right, I'm gonna stop because
nigga say that perm says you about my age, nigga. But how old are you, son?
like he's trying to play stupid right now. This reverse psychology. He's trying to play stupid because he know damn well ain't nobody choose to be no damn black.
He say, you know, ain't nobody choose to be black. Nigga, Judge is. Dots asked him last night about bloodlines and connections. And he touched on it a little bit, but he ain't tell his. But everybody he named that had a name, he had some type of family tie with him. His dad and Alex Haley and them. I mean, he had so many bloodline ties, nigga, through his story. Everybody he know. I say, well, damn, nigga, you might know my kinfolk. Who's that? I say, Al Lewis. Never heard of that name. I say he from Texas. He ran with Jesse and them. I know somebody know him. It's a lady friend. I care not to say her name right now. I said, yeah. See, my kinfolk, that nigga was Boulay. He one of them Boulay niggas. He went to Tuskegee University. He ran with Martin Luther King. He was with Jesse Jackson on his campaign. a lot of them names Joe Brown was named, and I'm like, hold on, man, Kinfolk ran with them. You know him. I get him won't say nothing bad about no boule niggas. I never heard of the nigga. Kinfolk to knock you for one of your hoes, Judge.
Jesse Jackson came up with African American in 1988.
Son, how old are you?
So come on now, don't play no games like that with me.
Play with me, Jive Turkey.
I'm 36.
But wait a
So
minute,
you weren't even
I'm
born
36.
when we were doing it. Son,
I got family. My people just forgot away Indians.
Joe Brown, wait a minute, Jeremiah, seriously. Every time Judge Joe Brown, an elder, comes on the platform, right? I feel like you attack him with this. You already know.
Because he disrespecting me.
Wait a minute, can
oh, the
I
hell with
You don't understand.
So what are you gonna do?
He
about it?
disrespecting me.
Look, this nigga hit called it to the paint. I said, oh man, these niggas finna fight. Judge say, nigga, the hell with you, little nigga. What are you gonna do about it? The hell with you, little motherfucker. What are you gonna do about it? You gotta understand, them niggas was taught how to govern over niggas. Everything about him, his whole way about him, his whole style, his whole approach. I just be checking him out. Everything about him is how to govern over a nigga, bro. When man, these motherfucker was taught so much about the world. It's a reason why at a certain point they start breaking the nigga down. They start taking vocational school. They start taking skill like home ed and home economics and shit like this here out of school. It's a reason why they broke all that shit down. Now niggas go to TikTok. Now nigga go to do-it-yourself videos on YouTube, nigga. But back then, they was trying to instill those type of skills in everybody. But he come from a different class. There's more than just baking biscuits and packing babies in the locker and shit. These niggas were taught how to govern over niggas. Psychology, thinking patterns, and all of this type of shit niggas. That's why they got to make the choices. That's why when that era of quote unquote first blacks came out, well, this nigga was sitting in the driver's seat. Nah. Let's walk though.
Attack me. That's your job. You're a young person. Attack the elders and see if they can stand up to it.
I can't.
Now, what is your point?
I don't want to put him off, but Jeremiah, nobody's got time.
What is your point,
Yeah,
son?
don't. Yeah.
Freedom say ain't nobody got time for that and turn around and she wanted to fight. I said, God damn.
We'll just go ahead and Judge Joe Brown, if you could answer his question and
He didn't
just
ask
keep him
me a
off from
question.
here.
He
I'm gonna repeat the question. So he said that black is civilist. No, keep Jeremiah down, Sister Freedom. I got the question. It's cool. Well, Jeremiah will come back to you later, another time. Thank you.
What did he say?
So
What
he
is his
said
question?
black is civilis mortuus in law, a Latin term that says it's dead in law. Black doesn't apply in any kind of law, statutes, or anything as far as treaties or anything referred to us. So he's asking, what do you feel about that of people calling themselves black when there's nothing it can apply in law?
So you define yourself by what some white folk pass as laws?
Now,
That
hold on.
sounds kind of stupid to me.
Now watch this here. And like I said, I was just checking them out. At this point, I always make a joke and say, niggas have a button. And since the system created them, they know how to offset them. You know what I'm saying? You would say, look, trigger things to them. It's almost like the material. You would say little trigger things in them to when a nigga, you say little things to trigger them to get them back in order and shit. Nah, man. All life starts from Africa. You get a nigga back on track. We came here on slave shit. Certain little buttons you press and get a nigga back on the programming, right? So I noticed certain situations where he started putting that programming shit on the nigga. If y'all ever seen the movie Jason Bourne and he came back to come get them niggas and he started remembering what happened and all that. And then they got to talking to him, putting that, right back programming him. And I started checking him out. So right now, he finna drop that programming shit. You niggas out here. So y'all out here accepting shit white folks gave you? That sounds like a stupid ass nigga to me. That's how you gotta talk to niggas. So you mean to tell me you really gonna sit out here and listen to what this white boy got to say about you? And then watch this here.
So I'll just leave it at that. That's a damn stupid position because somebody in the system that you're complaining. I remember him talking about white supremacy crap. So you're into white supremacy, not you, but him. And you want to say because white people don't define black in a textbook or in a law book, you think it is irrelevant. That is the dumbest crap I've heard in a long time. We chose to call ourselves black. It started about 1966.
Can you break that down for us?
1967. And in 1967, we switched to Afro-American. And then it went back to black. And then somewhere in the late 70s, Jesse Jackson popularized African-American. But he really didn't even start it. He just popularized it because it popped back up again.
Well, I remember
so
when
you are
when
what
I was
you
little,
choose.
somebody called me black, you was getting punched in your mouth.
Well,
but I'm
we
just
wouldn't.
saying, and the Negro thing and the nigger thing, I don't know. Maybe it's different in AC.
Man, mic check. Bro, it's cold. My whole computer just shut down. Just no nothing. It's just boom. Whole computer just shut down, bro. Everything and restarted itself. I don't know what that was about. Give me 2 seconds, y'all. Let me get us back on. And I need to hurry up because I gotta go get my hair cut. And I gotta go to the mall. They say, damn, what you at the mall yesterday? Nigga, I gotta go do I got some shit to do.
Afro-American.
Hold up, y'all. Man, shout out to them people on their way to Mexico right now, man. Shout out to the family on their way to Mexico. Blue skies or cow. All right, let's get back on the screen. Hey, make sure y'all on that like button out there, man, if y'all just pulled up.
And then it went back to black. And then somewhere in the late 70s, Jesse Jackson popularized African-American. But he really didn't even start it. He just popularized it because it popped back up again.
Well, I remember
so
when
you are
when
what
I was
you
little,
choose.
somebody called me black, you was getting punched in your mouth.
Well,
but I'm
we
just
wouldn't.
saying, and the
But we
Negro
wouldn't,
thing and the nigger thing,
because we created
maybe
it.
it's different in AC. But what I will say is this. I'm hoping that when Trump, if he does get in office, he allows the copper color original Indian Americans to take back their position if they want to take back their position, without any issues and problems. Man, I hope I'm saying that correctly. Okay. Because Trump does seem like the type of person that will hear what you have to say about your status. This Johnny come lately being called African American after being labeled so many different things until they got to that, which already proves that you're not African because David called you that from the beginning. But
not they. You're missing a
Well,
point.
I'm just saying,
We
the
chose to call
non-organization
ourselves
of the
that.
United States, and I don't want to get into this, but since
Yeah, we should not.
I don't really
Sister,
want to get into
sister,
I say, God damn, I finna have to. Freedom want to fight. I said, let me put my goddamn shoes on. We finna go and fuck the whole show up then. So let me put my shoes on. Man, this is something, and you know, it's kind of like divine intervention. Damn, it was like it was supposed to happen. You gotta understand, he's 77 years old. He don't give a fuck no more. The question that I really wanted to ask him last night, I never got a chance to ask him. He ended up coming on back on the phone, so you know, I wanted to ask him a real question because the number one thing that really got people today fucked up, he actually hold the answer to that. One of the number one things here, people want to know who are they, where they come from. And you look up, you have all these titles on you. And people even argue, which title are we? You know, you got people running around here think you crazy if you don't identify as black. You got people who feel like you're crazy if you don't you know, if you do identify as black. You got people out here telling me we're African American. You got some niggas just shrug their shoulders. And the whole time it was a group of niggas that look like you that set up and came up with this shit. That created all this confusion. What he broke down 76, 77, 66, 67, 68, came back in the 70s, then in the 80s. How many name changes? Them niggas went through five different name changes in 20 years. Niggas. Brilliant niggas. So this wasn't no accident. Like they said, the white folks ain't come up with this. We came up with it. Now, after the public got it, we started feeling like white folks gave it to us. But like I said, man, white folks ain't do this. Niggas did this. We just so lucky that these ladies from Unscrambled Mind are beautiful enough and create a comfortable atmosphere where brother judge can come on and this nigga here was in the driver's seat when it happened. Let's walk.
we had meetings all over the United States of America.
We say
with the Black Student Alliance.
Look, I said I'm in it now. Freedom said we ain't had no damn meeting. I said I'm in it now, fucking nigga. I got my shoes on. What's up, Judge? Cause I looked at the chat. I said, man, I'm finna have to fight this nigga, man. Ain't this a bitch? Fuck it, nigga. Let me go and get in there, nigga. I threw a jab, nigga. Who is we? Get your head out center line, nigga. Bob and Weed, nigga. Get your head out center line. Threw a jab in there. Who is we, nigga? Fuck it, God. Let me go and look at him, nigga. What's up, Judge?
Black
when you say
Student
we,
Alliance.
Judge, okay.
We didn't have
When
no
the
meeting.
Black Student Alliance and the Black Student Union, we had meetings all over the United States. We had Panther Party meetings with the Nation of Islam, and we decided to call ourselves black.
No, we decided
Nobody,
they was calling us black, and we decided to make
no,
it
nobody
powerful.
called us black. They were calling us colored. Then we decided we wanted to be Negroes.
A powerful thing. We reversed
that isn't how it went down. When it started developing, I was in college. I was right there on the forefront when we decided to start calling ourselves black. And then
hey, what's up, fam? Hey, what's up on my likes? What's up on my likes, bro? Why we only got 200 likes? It's damn near 250 people in here. Like it's 40 people who haven't hit the like, but what we doing? What y'all got going on? right now, shout out to everybody in the building, man. Appreciate y'all for being here, man. Whole lot of positive energy in the building today, man. Let's take the time to look down and make sure we have done our due diligence and tap that like button so we can push the channel into the algorithm. Shout out to everybody who shared the video. If y'all have a social media platform and y'all feel like the content is interesting enough to share it out on y'all social media platforms and raise the awareness of what we got going on. Appreciate y'all.
We sort of, for a number of reasons, because of what we call third world unity, we started calling ourselves Afro-Americans. White folk didn't pick those terms out. We did. They were still trying to call Negro.
But what? Hold on. But Judge, wasn't the student body was serving as a black caucus to the white organizations, though? Isn't that why they were created?
It wasn't anybody doing that because we weren't doing this bullshit that's going on right now.
Now, hold on, let's walk.
We were jacking people up.
Started in 1960, right?
Look.
The students movement is what?
Look. We were blowing.
Right here. I say, no, he didn't. Again, what I told you, it's the programming. To the eye, how they disguised the play was to come back to us, and to the public, it was to seem like a revolutionary movement. Bro, ain't no revolution went down here in this country ever, nigga, and the white folks ain't know what was going on. Ain't no, it's a planned revolution. You got to understand, bro, this in the 1960s. What they're teaching niggas, now they got the TV screen. Education is booming because that motherfucker is being funded by the government now. So they're looking like he gonna tell you education was free back then. It was free to go to college. Oh, nigga, we giving it away. And then at that time, they were looking for certain particular people. I ain't gonna say particular. They were looking for individuals who were interested in African education, because the 60s doing this play, it was radical, which started through what they called the New Left movement, 1960. That's 2 years before the educational system started being funded with this vision that the government had, which came through philanthropists and also, you know what, Sister Dice asked him a good question. She said, when you was in college at this time, did you have any political affiliation? And I'm like, damn, you know, I was thinking the same thing, because a lot of the things that was taking place at that time were very, very, what they'll call left. Very, very democratic. And he tell us how you feel about the Democrats. But a lot of those things at that time was a lot of movement that was coming from what they called the left, which had an uprising and radical movements through revolutionary movements through the youth, and also through education and through these student body unions. Let's walk.
Putting stuff up. We were burning stuff up. We had the riots started in 64, 65, 66, 67. When you read the congressional records as to why they passed all the civil rights and voting rights stuff, it had not a damn thing to do with the civil rights movement. It was the fact that black folk were burning down American cities and wreaking the same level of destruction that the U.S. Army Air Force was doing on Nazi Germany with their bombing campaign.
They said that COINTELPRO was out at the student, was a part of the student. See, I won't walk to him now, because I said, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. Nigga, all we ever seen in the 60s, we seen some niggas screaming and hollering, talking about black power. And they taking the power back from the man, Jack. All this bullshit, right? And then we come to find out them niggas paid by the FBI. Like somebody told y'all to come out here and act a fool, get on some radical shit. The dude that said he came up with the term Black Power, he said that they hired and they had some little homies that they went and get from the hood, and they ran around with Dr. King them and these little groups, and they was told where to be at and when to pull up, but they were different than the other niggas with the microphone. So it's easy to say, oh, we were street thugs and all us was, you know, street kids and gangsters, and we said, nigga, fuck the white man. See, that's how they wanted to, you know, this is the this what they came up in the bag. We finna fuck over these niggas, and then, but at the same time, while we doing it, we finna make it like we fighting back and we getting down and we ain't taking that shit. So, like he said, all of the laws that was passed in the civil rights movement didn't come because they came because they was jacking niggas up, they was slapping white boys. Yeah, that nigga come to your house, kick your door in, fuck your wife. Nah, these niggas try to come out like they some type of super gangster ass niggas, right? Nah, we gonna walk to them. Oh yeah, you want to play that superhero shit on me? Well, nigga, I heard that them movements was COINTELPRO, nigga. Well, let's see what you want to do about that one.
I don't care what the hell they said about. I don't say what the hell it is about. No,
that nigga don't fuck up on his word. I said, "Ooh, do I got him? Go to the body then, Chief."
1965, 66. My girlfriend lived 5 blocks from where.
This
60,
right?
Look. We
the
were blowing stuff.
What...
Look. We were blowing stuff up. We were burning stuff up. We had the riots started in 64, 65, 66, 67. When you read the congressional records as to why they passed all the civil rights and voting rights stuff, it had not a damn thing to do with the civil rights movement. It was the fact that black folk were burning down American cities and wreaking the same level of destruction that the U.S. Army Air Force was doing on Nazi Germany with their bombing campaign.
They said that COINTELPRO was out at the student, was a part of the student.
I don't care what the hell they said about.
He said, I don't care what they said.
I don't say what
so
the
is
hell
that
it
true
is
or not?
about.
Is it true or not? No.
COINTELPRO was trying to offset what we were doing.
See, this is what they want us to believe. So listen, it's only two sides to the story. That's what I know. And when he was talking, I said, come on, Judge, don't tell me that's on that side, fam. Because he doing more covering up, and he giving me this the fake story, the propaganda story. Cause see, it's only one group that's making decisions for this shit. You got another group that they gonna use for the muscle for while they be the face. Other than they're gonna use them for the energy, and that's these street dudes. That's some of the Black Panthers. I ain't gonna say all of them because some of them was COINTELPRO. Them niggas went out there and acted a fool. They did all that shit. Rah, nigga. That was to wire the people up. So they finna get you in the whole mindset that they not even in. But see, this is the program. And the program why I say, nigga, you ain't no white teacher, nigga. You ain't had no white preacher. You ain't had no white teacher, no white preacher, nigga. White folks ain't teach you this shit. Niggas taught you this. Niggas wanted you to be in this state. Niggas broke down the nigga.
I was
Where's other documents that say that they actually had people inside of the student movements that was taking place.
They did.
Oh, okay. Well then let's talk turkey, nigga. Don't give me that old bullshit jive ass story, nigga. We were Hebrew blowing shit up on some Mr. T Rambo shit. Nah, nigga. Don't give me the bullshit story, nigga. Let's talk turkey.
They infiltrated it. They had snitching.
Oh,
they had
okay.
Simps, they had simps. And by the time 1968 got around, nobody could trust anybody.
Now he want to talk. Now we're gonna get to the real story, y'all. Fuck the job ad propaganda. Oh, nigga, I slapped a white boy. I said, nigga, don't ever, nigga. Bitch, for now on, we're blacks. And slapped him. Fire.
And the whole damn thing started falling apart. Gangs started restoring themselves where they just disappeared after about 1965, 66. My girlfriend lived 5 blocks from where the Watts riot started in 1965, August. I was in there when it was going down. I was standing on a small hill, and I remember doing a 360 and everything was burning. You couldn't even see the sky for the smoke. Everything you could see, 360 degrees, was in flames.
But
I've
Judge,
seen
isn't it
that.
true that the Ford Foundation paid radical movement, funded those radical movements? The Ford
We
Foundation?
didn't get that. That wasn't how it.
We didn't get that. Who? Oh, I never said who got it. So everybody lying on you, nigga, because remember this little body politic is a secret. Who the hell is we? Everybody trying to figure out who is we. I know damn sure, nigga, there ain't nobody have my number. No damn well I ain't filled out nobody application, nigga. Who is we? See that we ain't as big as you think. That we ain't as big as you think. And they had chapters. Bro, they been organizing since 1830 in these groups. These convention movements. They been organized. The network been set up since the 1830s, homie, coming out of Philadelphia. Coming out of Philadelphia. So by the time they got to the labor conventions, 1869, the Negro conventions, I mean, all of these things, they had already set up the net. And later, as they push west and they start setting up west, coming back in the 20th century, after the war, it was after the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, they would, and here come his group. But check them out. Nah, they didn't give us that. I never said they gave it to you. So who got the check?
It started off.
Who was they funding?
I don't know, but
I don't know. Goddamn it, I wasn't there. I never heard him answer a question like that. Cause goddamn it, nigga, you always know. We ain't get that shit. Well, who they gave it to? I don't know, nigga. I wasn't there.
1965, 66.
Paid radical movement, funded those radical movements.
We didn't get that. That wasn't how that started off. That
who was they funding?
I don't know, but there were people that decided that they wanted to go up there. I know that in 1965, my girlfriend's mama wanted me to run to the local store for her, and she and her daddy were off someplace. So I walked to the store about a block and a half away. I'm walked out the store, and some dude was out there. Where you from, man? I said, I'm independent. Yeah, you all right, man. Where you?
See, this part right here, see, I told you there's 2 people involved. Now, like he said, they were jacking shit up and they were beating the shit out of niggas and, blowing shit up. Molotov cocktail bombs and all. So, but then he go to the store and the nigga check him and shot at him. He go to the store and some gangsters out there check him. So who doing the checking? I told you it's two groups. They're gonna use the street dudes to come in because see, these are the people with the respect and the influence. These some schoolboys, niggas slap shit out them niggas go in their pocket. Give a fuck if you on the football team, nigga. You do 100 push-ups and in shape. I'ma knock your boy. I'ma put you on your ass. And if you wrestle me, I'ma shoot you with this 38. Bitch, get to wrestling if you want to. I'ma fire. So right here, he let you know who he is in the story.
You from, dude? I'm from Boptown. You cool? Where you from? Boptown. You cool? Where you from? De La Soul. Where you from, man? Dill Vankin. Make your run, fool. And he popped 3 caps at him. All right. About a month and a half after August, after the uprising had gone on, everybody wasn't mad. The gangs disappeared. These 2 dudes ran into each other because I was there again, running another errand for my girlfriend's mama. So I bought the loaf of bread and a half gallon of milk. I'm going home. Oh, back to her place. Same 2 dudes out there. Hey, man, what you want, man? Man, I want to apologize, man. I'm sorry, man. I popped them caps on you, man. I just was ignorant, man. All right, man. Burn, baby, burn, man. Yeah. Ross.
Burn, baby, burn. So you ain't even the gangster in the story. You slapping white boys, but you ain't, you out there slapping them white boys at the schoolhouse, but you ain't do them niggas like that in South Central. Nigga, they shot at you 3 times, nigga, and you ain't got no pistol when you walk to the store now for mother-in-law. So now when you go to the store for mother-in-law and them gangsters standing outside with them leather coats on, nigga, they shot at you the other day. Nigga, what happened to all this blowing shit up? What happened to all the blowing up buildings and all this type of shit? Nigga, burn, baby, burn. Shout out to the homie Karimio. Shout out to Hey Rue in the building, Real Talk LLC. Why do grown men refer to their female friends as my girl or girlfriend? Man, nigga, when Real Talk in here trying to get a topic for his podcast today. Oh, nigga, say that shit for your podcast. Nigga, we in this hoe trying to figure out how we became black.
See, Roscoe the Magnificent came up with burn, baby, burn.
Man, I was like, fuck all that.
Before the riot. So that became the slogan. And from
any of those guys a part of, I told you, I'm not trying to hear none of that type of shit, nigga. Yeah, nigga, Little Roscoe, nah, you just told me you went with them niggas. You ain't know them niggas like that. Fuck all that, nigga. Let's get back in this paint. What's going on, sir? The coming up with the term black, did y'all, was it just something for y'all? So is black just something for you guys?
South Central. I grew up in South Central LA.
Man, I know where you from, fam. I'm not on that right now. I want to hear the bootleg. My bad. I want to hear how you nigga came up to this goddamn black shit.
58th place in North.
I'm familiar with it. I'm familiar. Yeah.
Okay, now we decided
right
we
now.
calling each other black. All the homeboys out on the Black Panther Party, the Nation.
Were there any other options? I guess
no,
we
just
were there any other options on the table?
It's like
what
I'm
made
black
y'all
and
go
I'm
with
proud.
black?
I'm
what
black
made
and
y'all
I'm
go
proud.
with that?
What?
Yeah, but
what made y'all choose that?
And then it went
because it's like, did they call? I'm Caucasian, man. No, I'm white. I'm black. I'm Negro. What the hell are we talking Spanish for?
No, they started making them statuses on us.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. What? They didn't have a damn thing to do about it because we sat there and we kicked in some doors. Look, fool, if you call us Negro one goddamn time more, I'm kicking your ass. You understand?
See, this how they say they sat back and say, nigga, they was smoking joints back then. And the nigga was hitting the weed, and the nigga say, if they ask what happened, tell him I slapped that whole ass white boy and dropped him. Told him, bitch, I kick your teeth out your mouth. Bitch, don't you ever. From now on, I'm black, Jack. Yeah, that's how they say we gonna tell it. Nah, niggas came up with this shit. Free Masonic ass niggas came over this. Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, you guys want to be called black, okay?
No, I said, but they're the one who put those negative terms on us.
It's not a negative term. Is there something?
So what was wrong with Negro? What was wrong with Negro,
is
Judge?
A slave
name. Calling me a nigger is not a name.
Negro is a slave name.
But Sir they didn't Walter even use Riley. That term back then.
Sir Walter Riley. Sir Walter.
bro, this was gold. This was like finding a treasure chest in a sunken ship. It was like finding a treasure chest in a sunken ship. a lot of these questions is just shit for me. Like, why did they do it? He was like, ain't no other option, nigga. Black power, nigga.
Sir Scott,
wait a
they
minute, though,
were pirates, and they kidnapped boatloads of slaves from the Spanish, and they were called Negroes. We have Negroes for sale cheap. That's Spanish. You don't see somebody saying, "What you, man? I'm Blanco, man." Hell no.
We did not have that knowledge back then because you got punched in your mouth when you called somebody nigger back then. Straight like that.
He dropped.
We called each other black. We called each other Afro-Americans. We talked about third world power, where we all have to combine with the third world so we can stick together in unity and achieve revolution from what was going on. That's what we talked about. So we studied it and we carried it out. We made things happen. We didn't go peacefully demonstrating. We kicked ass. We ran professors off. We went on patrols, armed patrols, out in the hood. And when the police pulled somebody over, if they dared at one point in time, we pulled over behind them. And until that Bay Area Panther Party chapter got to walking through the state legislature with the guns and then got them declared outlawed to be carried in public, which we asked them not to do. Everybody was, mounted up 3 and 4 people per car, and we patrolled the neighborhoods. If crime was going on, we break that up. If the police were clowning, we just pull up and get out.
But Judge,
everything was settled
Wait,
down.
can I ask him a question about that? Because you said you had there was an organization that was like a third world that you guys
It wasn't
had
an
all
organization,
decided
it was
together.
a concept.
It was a concept. Did you guys have any third world people that you were kind of discussing with? And what kind of people would you discuss, and what was the plans?
We had Ethiopians, we had Nigerians, we had House of Fulani, we had Igbo, we had Yoruba, that's from West Africa. We had, let's see.
How did y'all make those connections, Judge? That the West African just came to the Immigration Act in 65.
We had for example, I had a place I was in, I had 2 Nigerian roommates who were Yoruba, which I have Yoruba ancestry. One of them was an Igbo.
What programs
we tolerated
were they a part
him.
What programs did they come here? Were they part of the Peace Corps?
No, they just got it. Look.
The Phelps Stokes.
There wasn't that kind of program. They just got admitted.
In 1965, Lyndon B. Johnson passed the Immigration Act in 65, which started bringing them over. But since the 60s in the student movement, you had the Peace Corps movement, which was taking people from here,
give a shit about
them over to Africa and bringing Africans over here.
Because anybody give a shit about the Peace Corps.
Nigga say, who the fuck is this little nigga? Young man. Fuck is this little nigga over here?
Because anybody give a shit. For car, and we patrol the neighborhoods. If crime was going on, we break that up. If the police were clowning, we just pull up and get out.
Man, I said, man, fuck all that program, but nigga, I'm not feeling none of the revolutionary. I'm not feeling all that gangster shit you niggas talking about. Them type of niggas went to the penitentiary. Them type of niggas ended up in San Quentin, nigga. I'm not trying to hear none of that type of shit. Nigga, if you riding if y'all was riding how you saying y'all was riding, them type of niggas end up in San Quentin, nigga, back in California. No. That type of nigga, you ended up in San Quentin.
Achieve revolution from what was going on. That's what we talked about. So we studied it and we carried it out. We made things happen. We didn't go peacefully demonstrating. We kicked ass. We ran professors off. We went on patrols, armed patrols, out in the hood. And when the police pulled somebody over, if they dared at one point in time, we pulled over behind them.
Legendary Tay.
Bay Area Panther Party chapter got to walking through the state legislature with the guns and then got them declared outlawed to be carried in public, which we asked them not to do. Everybody was, mounted up 3 and 4 people per car, and we'd patrol the neighborhoods. If crime was going on, we'd break that up. If the police were clowning, we just pull up, get out.
But Judge,
everything was settled
Wait,
down.
can I ask him a question about that? Because you said you had there was an organization that was like a third world that you guys
it wasn't
had
an
all
organization,
decided
it was
together.
a concept.
It was a concept. Did you guys have any third world people that you were kind of discussing with? And what kind of people would you discuss? And what was
look at all of them Africans be out there trying to act like, you niggas the cradle of civilization, and these niggas out here referring to you niggas as third world niggas. Yeah, you was a third world type of nigga.
We had Ethiopians, we had Nigerians.
Boy, he got talking about third world country. He named all the Africans.
We had House of Fulani, we had Igbo, we had Yoruba, that's from West Africa. We had, let's see.
How did y'all make those connections, Judge? That the West African just came from the Immigration Act in 65.
We had for example, I had a place I was in, I had 2 Nigerian roommates who were Yoruba, which I have Yoruba ancestry. One of them was an Igbo.
What programs
were him.
I'm not even letting him finish his. I'm just getting off on him. But one of the things I admire about him is he always is in place to be offensive. He never in like a bad stance. It's never a question too, great for him. He like a dartboard. Anybody can throw darts at the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? It might stick. You know what I'm saying? So to see him a little off balance, I ain't gonna lie, I was shocked. I said, "Oh, I caught that though." Bow. Freedom got me out here. I said, "God damn, Freedom want to fight. Let me put on some shoes." God damn it. I ain't scratched or nothing. Boy, that nigga was out balanced a couple times last night. I said, "Oh, boy, did you hit him?" I don't know. I sworn though. I closed my eyes. I don't know.
What say?
What programs did they come here? Were they part of the Peace Corps?
No, they just got it. Look.
The Phelps Stokes.
There wasn't that kind of program.
So what program was it? Wasn't no program. That nigga just chartered a flight and came over and stayed a couple nights. But it had to be a program. 1965, Lyndon B. Johnson passed the Immigration Act in 65, which started bringing them over, but it doesn't make any difference. Since the 60s in the student movement, you had the Peace Corps movement, which was taking people from here,
give a shit about
them over to Africa and bringing Africans over here.
Because ain't nobody give a shit about the Peace Corps.
They didn't decolonize Africa to the 1960s.
Ain't nobody give a shit about the Peace Corps. Peace Corps was a way of avoiding being a 1A and getting sent over to the NOW. If your 2A didn't work out right because your draft board was acting strange with you. See, that's what that was about.
Oh, okay. Also sent people from America to Africa, right?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, okay. Nigga, ain't nobody no goddamn Vietnam and draft board. Nigga, that's how you nigga trying to funnel this shit in. Nigga, this ain't no motherfucking Vietnam. That ain't what I'm talking about. Let's talk about these programs. Cause we know when the African boy got to come in around this hoe. We know you nigga got to dropping that African on. And see, I don't want nigga pushing. I don't listen. I don't want to hear it. But Topcatz say something. I don't want to hear none of that old nigga because a lot of niggas ain't been battle tested. The shit that niggas out here teaching y'all, a lot of niggas ain't went and put the shit in front of nobody paper to grade. This a bad motherfucker to be sitting there grading the paper right here, nigga, because he was actually there. Everything that we talking about, everything, you know, for the Africanization, the blackanizing you, he there. He understand it. He know the laws. He's in the fabrics. Nah, fam, ain't no better person to grade your paper. And boy, if I ain't finna get a 95 or a 92 coming up out this motherfucking class, nigga, I say, did you hit him? I said, I don't know. I closed my eyes.
A lot of white
and they
folk
also
did
brought
that.
people the other way. You also had
A
the
whole
Phelps
lot of
Stokes
white
bro.
folk did that.
Right,
A
so
lot of
that's
white
why I was
folk did
asking.
that. See, look, let me put it to you this way. First off, there was no objection to anybody from Africa coming over here in the 60s because they were looking at what Jomo Kenyatta had done with the Mau Mau down in Kenya. The American government was anxious to keep Africa from going communist, so they were doing everything they could to encourage Africans coming over here and getting friendly with the United States. One of my roommates, his name was Fasil Kotier, he wound up Deputy Chief Minister of Energy for Nigeria, a billionaire. I haven't seen him in years, but he became a filthy rich man. He was majoring in physics. He knew how to make an atomic bomb, but he was one of my roommates. He'd been over here in America because his family was into energy, and he'd come over here when he was 7 years old and had lived here continuously on a permanent visa status. He sounded just like a homeboy. Hey, man, what's happening, man? I said, man, you better come off that shit, man. It's the LAPD, man. Oh, yes, officer, what can I do for you? There's a problem. Yeah, man, that's the way. Oh, you from Africa? Yes, man, I am from Africa.
So y'all just running around this whole playing on everybody, huh? Y'all playing on every nigga get in y'all face, huh? Nah, he telling you they played on everybody that came across their path. They had some good game for everybody that include niggas. The law to everybody, nigga, these niggas undercover around this whole nigga. He and that bitch nigga with billionaires, and Dot's gonna bring the question back up and he gonna elaborate more and tell you, yeah, it was through the bloodlines, but he gonna go even further. This nigga is like a treasure chest. No, I'm telling you, bro. This nigga is like a treasure chest, man.
And this was he could college years. This
yes,
was college years.
So I had two Nigerian roommates who were Yoruba.
What year
was this? When they were my roommates. This was like 1968. Yeah,
it had to be after 65.
Well, I got at UCLA in 1965.
I ain't never went to school with no Africans.
Well, I did. It was UCLA. We had 62,000 full-time students when I enrolled as a freshman in 1965. And we had 145 black students full-time. We had 73 full-time grad students who were black, 72 who were undergrads black. We all knew each other. Right. I played football for a while, so I knew that crowd. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the GOAT, was a classmate of mine. He was Big Lou then, Mike Warren, Lucius Allen, etc., etc. We all were classmates.
Yeah, see, the Special Defense Act, that funded a lot of that because UCLA was one of the schools that got the Yoruba languages when they started funding the African languages over here through the Special Defense Act, 1958. UCLA was one of the first ones that got the program. Is that why we seeing Yoruba people actually coming to UCLA?
No, that wasn't. I took Yoruba. Actually, my family background is Yoruba. That's what my DNA says. Interesting.
So he said, no, that wasn't. Fuck is you getting this shit from? Oh, yes, it was, sir. UCLA was one of the first to pick up the programs. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But see, he gonna come back and be honest. Now, you know what was interesting to me? So he said, my family, you know, his DNA told him that he was Yoruba. I bet it did. Cause see, y'all helped bring this Yoruba to life. Listen to the slave narrative that he gonna get, the transatlantic slave trade story he gonna give. And when he told it, I said, damn, all them niggas got like the same story. They making it up. You hear me? Cause he know his genealogy. The things he about to say about himself is genealogy. It's not DNA. The only part DNA, nigga, is the part we coming back saying what tribe he from. And then he came up with a slave narrative, and the slave narrative that he came up was like real, Afrocentric. And I said, man, all of them had the same story. That walk.
Interestingly enough, my DNA professor and I used to date at one point in time, so it was an easy course. I wound up taking that when I was a damn senior because I had to finish up my foreign language requirement, and that wasn't one of my better subjects. I had in junior high school Spanish, in high school I had French, and then I had Swahili, which turned out not to be an African language at all. I had Yoruba, which also had Italian and some German. So I said,
you speak all of those languages?
Yeah.
Oh, you're a bad man. You're a bad man.
Wasn't DNA new at that time, or like?
No, DNA didn't come to 1987.
I'm talking about DNA. I got done in the last.
Dulcie,
watch this here. I said, hold on, Sister Freedom. Hold on. Give us a second. Let him finish that. You say what now, Judge? Because you knew you was Choctaw before you knew you was Yoruba. You knew you was Choctaw when you were young. This Yoruba shit came, you the old man.
You know about DNA.
Hold on, Mama Freedom.
Wait,
hold
on.
Hold on. Let him finish that thought. He just said 7-8 years. I heard him, but finish that. What'd you say there, Judge?
Question.
I got my DNA done the last 7-8 years, and it bore out the family genealogy. See, I have an interesting thing. I'm 77 years old, all right? I was born in 1947. My father was born in 1910, and my mother was born in 1917, all right? My maternal grandfather was born in 1850, 11 years before the Civil War, and he was dark as the devil. His father, my great-grandfather, was a Yoruba district sub-chieftain. So he got kidnapped by these damn Dahomey bitches that they featured in The Woman King. And he got brought over just like in that Amistad incident, 1815, after the slave trade was over by the Constitution in 1808. So they had to cut him free. Now, my other grandfather on my father's side was born in 1870.
This is not DNA.
And he lived to be 100 and some years old. He was one of Bishop Mason's disciples eventually, and took Kojic from Memphis to Kansas City in 1896. And my old man, my maternal grandfather practiced medicine with Alex Haley's grandfather, and he had to get up and leave where he was because he and an uncle murdered.
Did you know Alex Haley? That's why I asked. I was about to ask you, did you know him? Because in that era, a lot of y'all came up with these same fake ass slave stories. The homie. I said, boy, I busted the homie shit all the way down. The who? Man, I can show you the first time they came and started even coming with that play, who came with it and everything. None of the timeline on it match up. Most of the popular figures who was taught to us in history and were given this slave narrative, most of them are gonna be the homie slaves. The most famous. Right. You also have, or they're gonna come with a con twist on it or some shit like this here, right? All gonna be it's all gonna come in the same era. The timeline gonna match the same. When you get your Clotildas and things like this here, well, these are the homies. These are the homie slave traders. Bro, I busted. Nigga ain't fucking with me on no African. On that where they came and tried to put the dope on you. Nah. Man, we ain't trying to hear none of this shit.
Yeah, I do. One of his lady friends is a long-term friend that I've known for 70 some years. But
later on, he gonna tell Dots that he know him through his daddy, through Alex Haley daddy, and his dad knew each other. And he knew Alex Haley since a kid. See, right now he talking about we used to fuck with the same hoe. But then later on, she gonna ask him about bloodlines, and he gonna start talking about bloodline, family dynasties, and all of this type of shit.
My grandfather and an uncle murdered 2 deputy sheriffs for purportedly lynching one of my other uncles back in the 1880s. So yeah. And my grandmother was a Choctaw. We called her Mama Cherry.
I think so,
I
Kareem.
get tickled thinking about her. She used
to
say,
listen.
Colored folk always get mad at the white people. We used to take a scalp and nail it to the lodge pole, and we'd smile. You need to learn that. So yeah, I got an interesting thing. I got another great grandfather who cut his master's head off and escaped to Canada. And he came back after the Civil War. So I don't look at things the same way a lot of folk do. It's just like, screw this shit. You can always die. You're going to die because ain't nobody getting out of this MF alive anyway. Might as well be about something.
Straight Smoke.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing? How's everybody? Salute to Unscrambled Minds, Legendarytopcatz, Darvis. How you doing, Judge Joe Brown? It's always great to see you as you do everything that you possibly do in your lineage. I salute everybody on the panel and in the chat. Judge Joe Brown, what I really want to ask you is like seeing the current events and looking at the political landscape as you see throughout your time that you have been seeing it all. How would you fare this? Because there's a lot of us that have not witnessed what you witnessed. So how would you balance, or if you will, lack of terminology, judge what we are seeing on the political landscape at this time?
It's new. I've been alive for quite a few presidents. I've never seen anything quite like this political atmosphere. If I might offer this opinion, it's no longer really a race thing. The race thing's being used as a smokescreen. And what's going on is we have a faith, a new type of faith that's trying to impose itself as the official state religion. It is the faith of the rainbow cult. You cannot impose Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Sikh, Hinduism, Confucianism as an official religion, but you can post the rainbow symbol all over.
Fam say so he sold out for money, fame, and nah, bro, that's not how that work. This shit is bloodline. Why would he have to sell out for the money, nigga, when he come from a bloodline of niggas who in the game? Come from the game. That's why he here. He ain't did shit. He just somebody's son. That's how this shit work.
Over an elementary school, all over a city hall, all over the sidewalks, all over the crosswalks, cram it down everybody's throat by government edict. And you have to understand what you're looking at most similarly resembles what happens is when a new religion comes about and they start having new converts, acolytes, and disciples, and they try to spread this religion. This religion is one of no principles, no duty, honor, obligation, responsibility, accountability. No one is supposed to make where they live a better, safer, more secure place filled with economic prosperity, sense of purpose, morality, and ethics. It's supposed to be all about self with no principle. You can be a coward. You can be a punk. You can be a sissy. Everything goes. No shaming, no guilt. Everything is supposed to be okay. You get rid of all of the things that have brought humanity from cave to condominium. And it does not work out. There's an old saying that applies. Hard times make strong men. Strong men make good times. Good times produce weak men. Weak men produce hard times. Hard times produce strong men. We're at that point again. We got to flip it because it's getting more dangerous. When I left Los Angeles 50 some years.
And there was so many people in the chat last night that was, hey, stop doing this, stop doing that. Topcatz being disrespectful. And I'm like, man, you niggas in this whole fan died. Niggas in this whole fan died. Cause when you used to get out of school, nigga, Judge Joe Brown was on, nigga, when you finished doing your homework. You used to go in there with your mama and watch Judge Joe Brown after you finish your homework. Now, nigga, in the chat talking about I'm being too disrespectful to they mama old favorite TV judge. Nigga, ain't that some shit? I just turned in my head. Man, at the same time, people was they was trying to tell Unscrambled Mind how to run the damn panel. Y'all need to do this here. That is the honorable judge and all this shit here. Nisha had to tell him, hey, man, we know him. And I'm like, nigga, to talk to Joe Brown a couple times. Nigga, Joe Brown be talking that gangster shit. So that's how I talk to him. What's up, OG? South Central OG. And he don't want all of that old soft ass shit. He ain't going for it. No, he gonna tell you quick. Man, fuck all of that. You see, he told that nigga Jeremiah, nigga the hell with you. Nigga, what you want to do? Nigga, fuck it, nigga, let's get it in paint. Nigga, what you want to do, young nigga? Chalk him up. Nah, man, you can't come around that nigga with it. Nah, Joe Brown ain't on that.
Years ago to move to Tennessee, we were proud of the fact that we had 1.5 million people in LA County. Now they got 16 million and everything is crowded as hell. The traffic jams last from 2:30 till damn near 7:30 at night rather than from 4:30 to 6. It is a mess. And what we have is stress. And we've got a lot of things going wrong. We've gotten rid of manhood, womanhood, childhood, no principle, no guilt, no shame. And we've got things that are going wrong because nobody's being taught how to do stuff the right way. It's do what you feel like. And that's like turning somebody loose.
Oh, let me skip up, y'all. I gotta leave
when that went down, what the son of a bitch did, since all of the black men, including the acting chancellor of the University of California at Los Angeles, a black man, got rounded up, marched across campus with a shotgun in back, and handcuffed in front of all the students and handcuffed the chairs for 4 hours while they investigated. This punk ass didn't get caught. So what he did is he went around to the places where the sisters were holding the guns for all the brothers, put them in a goddamn cardboard box and brought them back to campus and left them in the middle of the main staircase so the police could confiscate them. Son of a bitch. And I told him I owed him my ass whipping for the rest of his life, but he died before it could be administered. Now, that's the kind of punk ass that Barack Obama reminded me of.
He about to go in on Obama, though.
Goddamn way.
Hey, let me ask you this here then, Judge. You might know my family member, Al Edwards. Check him out, y'all. He ran. I don't know him. You know what? When I just seen that part right there, when he told us he knew Alex Haley through a little chick. Remember that? He finna do the same thing with my kinfolk, but later on he gonna come back and tell the real story how him and him and Alex Haley know each other. Al Edwards, he out of Texas. He ran with Jesse Jackson when he ran his first term for president.
I know somebody that I think knows him. It's a woman, pretty thing. I won't mention her name, but anyway.
See, I think that's a old like. That's a I'll say. You know, that's the play. You know how they be talking about niggas do the hand movements and the signs and the symbols and all that. That's a play. My grandma told me back in the game, she say, when a woman knew a man was cheating, and everybody already know. Back then, that's when all the girls, they'll be like ladies in the kitchen, and you know, all the ladies, they'll go hang out and they'll let's leave the men type of. And so everybody knew what was going on. And so they would ask her, so what are you gonna do? And if the woman was gonna stay, she would say, I'm going to see a man about a hat. Yeah. She said she going to see a man about a hat. Or some fly shit like that, right? And that meant that she was gonna stay. But so you know, they had these little fly sayings. So whenever you come across a question like that, especially if it's like a brother, because I know Kinfolk was Boule. He missed the Juneteenth. He the guy that they associate with the Juneteenth holiday. That's my grandma's first cousin. So I know somebody may know him, a lady friend. And that's the second time he did that to me tonight. So I said, oh, hold on. Maybe they like a little cold.
Anyway.
My God.
Let me say this. Let me say one more thing about Barack. Who is the richest man?
For you.
Who is the richest man to ever be president of the United States?
You said the richest?
Yes. It's Barack Obama.
No, I would.
No, it is Barack Obama. Let me tell you how it goes.
The only reason I want to say nay to that is because I'm still looking at the Bush family.
No, you're not looking at the Bush family.
Yeah.
Well, because guess what?
He finna break a blood.
There is a certain gentleman, late of Cape Cod.
Oh,
his name is Samuel Hinckley, and
this is one of my favorite parts of it. I'm gonna come up a little though. He finna go through the bloodline. Y'all know I love bloodline. You know, bloodlines over everything. Watch how he gonna break down Barack and them bloodline. He ain't go anyway.
Held off service of a warrant from the Hague that was charging Lolo Soetoro for mass murder for allegedly killing 500,000 people because he was of value in counterintelligence operations for the U.S. government in the late mid-60s when the NAM was going on.
So he talking about this guy, CIA, doing NAM. Well, this guy is gonna end up. This guy name is Soetoro. Obama is gonna come out of this family. CIA. Watch him break that bitch down because there's some other players in it too.
Now, he also was vice president, international vice president for Standard Oil. Standard Oil was trying to control Indonesian oil because they thought Indonesia sat on top of the world's largest oil reserves. Under American law, they couldn't get in there and do that, so they propped up their vice president, who ran the death squads and had the muscle to take over oil in Indonesia. Now, when Lolo Soetoro died, supposedly for the cumulative effects of 3 auto accidents over the years, he leaves everything to a trust fund in Indonesia with 3 equal beneficiaries: Barack Obama, also known as Barry Soetoro, and his 2 half-siblings. One of them died, so that group of children who are his nieces and nephews, they got 1/3. The surviving sibling got 1/3, and the other one was Barack Obama. He got 1/3. And Business Insider reported his net income after taxes on a $1 billion draw from his trust fund for 2017 at $590-some million net for the year after taxes on a $1 billion draw after he was out of the presidency. Now,
Correct.
That's what you have as a real live history. But Sarah Palin was a cousin. George Herbert Walker Bush was a cousin. George Walker Bush was a cousin. Dick Cheney was a cousin. Barry Soetoro, a.k.a. Barack Obama, was a cousin. And then Uncle Herbie Walker founded Halliburton, which was an oil or energy enterprise. George Herbert Walker Bush founded Zapata Oil. And then there was Zapata Offshore Oil, which was chartered, guess where? In Kuwait. So when Hussein nationalized Kuwait in 1990, the Bush family was destitute because that was their holding company. After they did Desert Storm, they were flush again. And then after they did the Gulf War II, what was going on is right before that, Halliburton was trying to get the rights to exploit the oil industry in Iraq, but Hussein signed a contract with the French and the Russians. So when we beat Gaddafi,
right?
Not Gaddafi, Hussein. In Iraq, what happens is Halliburton, without bid, gets control of the Iraqi oil industry. And the last I checked, which has been 7 or 8 years ago, no, 11 years ago, Halliburton was netting $2.8 million every 7 hours of the day. Netting. That's a lot of money, and that made the Bush family and all of the Walker descendants rich forever. And that includes Baraki boy.
So is it safe to say that through the efforts of common men and women like us, it is our duty to vet the people that we are looking at that want to represent us?
Because
go ahead, sir.
Did we go into Iraq for a righteous reason, or did we go in there to Did we go in there to get Zapata offshore oil restored to the Bushes and the Walkers? Did we go into the Gulf again after 9/11? Not 9/11, but 2003. Did we go in there for real weapons of mass destruction, or so Halliburton could get the contract? Are we in Ukraine right now for a righteous reason, or because this bastard in the White House, Biden, is trying to bribe his way out of a 100-page, multi-count, organized crime felony indictment against himself and his son returned by Ukraine? The Ukraine Supreme Court ordered it published in October 2000, just before the election, but the American press didn't cover it. And what does that mean? It's in Ukraine, big deal. But the Article 6 to the Constitution says all ratified treaties are part of the supreme law of the land on the same level as the Constitution, and such laws passed to effectuate the Constitution. And in 1999, Bill Clinton negotiated a treaty with Ukraine that was ratified by the U.S. Senate, so it's part of the supreme law of the land. And Article 6 says it shall be honored by all judges in the country, state or federal. And it says basically the United States and Ukraine agree to apprehend, detain, and extradite all parties wanted through legal process by the other signatory. So we are supposed to take Biden's lame ass into custody and send him over to Ukraine, which isn't going to happen because he's president of the United States right now. But after he's out of office, the supreme law of the land says we're supposed to honor the treaty and send his ass over there, which isn't going to happen, but he's trying to bribe his way out. And that's why we're over there, not for any honest reason.
So is it
So that's
possible
why
I
we
can
over
say
there.
okay. Go ahead, Darvis. You got it, Darvis.
Peace, peace. All right, King, I gotta ask you a question, right? Put yourself in a situation. Your people, us, we need some kind of information right there. We can help us to the next level. Help us within this movement we got going on. What advice would you have for us?
Trust nobody. 1, 2. The only way you're going to get anything is to be able to deliver meaningful consequence. If you want to see what you need to do, watch the John Wick series and pay careful attention to what's being said. It's an excellent tutorial. Everything has consequences, and the rules separate us from the animals. So what happens is you have to have rules, but the rules are no good if they are not enforceable or not enforced. And you have to be willing to enforce the rules on yourself. Nobody will do it for you because people don't give a shit. I dealt with that for 50 some years, dealing with what happens when people don't give a shit and they're causing problems. What happens?
Is
And
it
it
possible
doesn't
I
make
can
any.
rewind on you?
Go ahead.
Is it possible I can rewind on you real quick? Because it's something that you were saying when you was talking about your earlier years that stood out to me more than anything is when you always said we.
Yeah, we.
Okay, so with that terminology that you're using, can you thoroughly provide us with who those constituents of that we consisted of?
Okay, men and women. In other words, you're proven.
Like who?
You do
Just
missions.
give me a roundabout name.
In other
One or
words,
two.
here's how you get them. Who has been challenged and who met the challenge?
Judge Joe
In other
Brown.
words, you know what I'm talking about. You got to prove yourself.
I got you. I see what you're saying.
Right, I get that.
In other words, if it's the military, you know, you go through boot camp and all that other hypothetical shit. Can you handle it when the shit gets hot? When it hits the fan? If you're talking about street stuff, you know, what has this person done that you know about? Can you be trusted? Can he be trusted? Does this person find themselves meritorious in your eyes? Is this somebody that they trust? And you might want to trust them a little bit too, but with skepticism until they prove themselves. After a while, there are people that say, okay, I was there when he did so and so. Like, for example, somebody's been in the news. He's an old man now, but I saw him pistol whip the shit out of a couple of professors because they were blocking some action. People think it was some nice, peaceful stuff. No, they got their ass whipped and pistol whipped. We got a situation, UCLA Law School. I was attending a thing with Black law alumni at UCLA. They were talking about all of the advances in peaceful civil rights and how we got into law school. No, that's not what happened.
So, but Judge Joe Brown.
Listen to me. There was somebody who is now deceased, a retired judge. His wife's a judge. And what he did is the dean was reluctant to go along with the agreement we had negotiated. So homeboy took his 4-inch barrel Colt Python 357, cocked it, put it to the dean's head and said, you're dying by the time I count down from 5 if you don't sign it. And the dean signed it, and that's how all these Negroes got in later. See, it didn't go down where people were being, see, we had folk in the 60s. You have to understand that there was no tuition. It was free. And you had brothers, man, I know you from someplace. Yeah, brother, you might. After a while, I know you might. Don't you run the numbers racket down on 42nd and Broadway? Well, yeah, man, you know. Man, damn, I knew I'd seen you. So you got somebody that's a real live organized crime gangster up in there as a student. And when you needed muscle, you got muscle. Like, oh, what's the problem? Oh, okay, well, I feel your need.
Respectfully asking, you were around in the times that a lot of these so-called name changes took place.
Watch this.
Yes.
Now we have a lot,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Legendary Topcatz was saying, of how Jesse Jackson sat on a panel with a bunch of people to change it to
I didn't say that.
African-American.
No, I didn't say that. That was just spoke on that.
No. I'm not putting that on you, Legendary
Okay,
Topcatz. It's
that
not that.
was like
What I'm-
1978, 79 when that
What I-
started happening.
what I'm trying to allude to is that how is it that it was upper echelon of people to dictate how people were going to be referred to before even asking the people? That's why I asked you, who was the we that you always?
Okay,
That's a good
I
question.
get you. The we that I'm talking about is youth. And I'm not saying see, there's a misconception about this. Baby boomers, 1965, the oldest baby boomer was 19 years old. The last baby boomer was born in 1966, so they were in diapers when all this stuff went down. And in 1967, the oldest baby boomer was 20, and the next oldest was 19. So most of the stuff that you see was the tail end of the generation before us, a lot of whom fought in World War II. Generations are 20 years long, usually. So baby boomers go from 1946 to 1966. So you can see what's going on. We get a lot of credit we don't deserve. We get a lot of blame we don't deserve. But there was a thing that happened. We were looking at the civil rights stuff, and we'd gotten used to years worth of people saying, no, this is enough. But we were not going to be nonviolent and peaceful. Like MF go up and go, ain't nobody gonna get me down on my knees praying while some redneck hit me across the head until another one feel guilty about it. Hell no. And a lot of our fathers were in the Korean War and World War II, and grandfathers were in World War I, and they said, I risk death. I'm not gonna let any fool sit up there and do me in. Hell, kill me. You know, ain't gonna happen. So we had a whole different attitude, and there was a lot that led up to what was going on. And see what happened 64 through about 67 was spontaneous. People just got sick of that shit. That march on Selma, I'll never forget that. White folk were teasing us out in Los Angeles, man. You guys got your ass kicked last night, man. I saw on television, man. How does it feel to get your butt beat up like that, man? Fuck you, excuse me, screw you, or whatever it is. I'll be polite. I'll whip your behind, man. You come up there giggling about this again. Oh, yeah, you guys don't have to be so sensitive about it. Yeah, we'll be sensitive. And then what happened is they had this thing where they were putting fire hoses on the guys, but it wasn't the civil rights folk. It was those people that lived in the project said, hell no. And they let those dogs go. Dogs charged in the crowd, and then the dogs start sailing out, rotating in the air.
Listen.
And one cop charged in to save his dog, and he came running out holding his head. They beat the crap out of him. You know, it's like, yeah, man, go on, fight back. Yeah.
Check him out. That boy was taught how to govern people. His whole mindset is nigga on a different level than, you know, it's all, you know, in his programming, it's psychological. Different way them niggas look at the world. And so some of the things that, you know, people say about them type of people, you know, man, you know, this life, homie, if you can't keep up, a nigga gonna, you know, if you can't keep up, we all born here the same way. Everybody gonna have different experiences. Just so happen he gonna give another breakdown, right? When it comes to the bloodlines. And he gonna show how he mingled with these upper echelon people, these families who are grooming world leaders. Like all of these experiences, he said, nigga, how did you get there? And then I'm listening to some of the places he's saying he in libraries, he in pubs. Homie in the pub. Let's take it back in the day to the colonial times, homie. They ran pubs back then. A lot of the pubs was quote unquote clubs. They were clubs. What I told y'all, the clubs were created for. Clubs were created to keep the bloodlines intact, homie. They was created for niggas to come in, these bloodlines, to have a place to come in and keep it intact. Clubs. When you get to schools, because that's where a lot of it grew from, and then they, it branched off into it started off as clubs and then it branched off into sororities and shit. But all of this here, the boule was created to do what? Keep these bloodlines intact, homie. So when he gonna get to it.
See, and that's what we were motivated for.
Our
fathers didn't want to deal with civil rights because they weren't used to being nonviolent. They looked at the civil rights movement and said it's infiltrated with too many damn gays, like Bayard Rustin. And what's that clown that died down in Georgia not long ago that they had that big upset over? See, it's just like, no, we can't have all that kind of crap. Nobody plays that. And it's like, what time is this? So we had a different attitude.
Hey, Judge, I don't mean to break your wisdom, but
stop. Hold on. I have a question for him. Let me get this real quick because I've been all right. Because we moved away from this a little bit, but now that we're back in the 1960s, that's good. So my first question to you though is, when you were talking about the relations of the U.S. presidents, right? What is it a logical conclusion? Can one make a conclusion to say that in order to become a United States president, that you have to be affiliated or part of a bloodline? Because most of them tend to have
I didn't catch that. Affiliated with what now?
Like to be a part of a bloodline, because they seem to share a common ancestor, right? There seems to be a lot of relations, if you will. Could that be a logical conclusion?
Yes and no. You have the Roosevelts, you have the Kennedys, you have the Walker Bush line. You have a lot of that. You had the Adams, you had a father and a son who were both president, the Adams bunch. It happens in American politics. You tend to set up these dynasties. They go to the same colleges, they hang out, they intermarry, the marriages are arranged, and they used to bring in a lot of English aristocrats because the American industrialists had money and the aristocrats were broke. The aristocrats brought in the lineage and the former colonists brought in the money. So yeah, there was this interchange. You got that going. You can see it. I used to ski a lot, and I had couple of places up in Aspen, one of which rented out to pay for the whole thing. And it's astonishing when you see these billionaires. The women are all 6 feet, 1 inch tall, and they look like fashion models. And the guys are these super athletes, and they're 6'4" and 6'5" and can ski their asses off and, ride horses and play basketball, throw a football, and do baseball, and they're prime physical specimens because they've been breeding that way. And they're all smart because they're picking for brain power. And they have this work ethic. They have the ones that are the trust funders, and they look down on them unless the trust funders are doing stuff. They call them parasites unless you pick up what you've got and make something with it. And I've seen these folks stay up for days. They keep 50, 60, 70-hour weeks. You know, sleep is something you get when you're dead. And these guys work their asses off, but they know a hell of a lot. They're smart, they're athletic, and they're ruthless. And when you talk to them, all of them have somebody in the family that got jacked up for a homicide, or they served time in a federal penitentiary for pulling stuff off. Uncle so-and-so did, almost 4.5 years for such and such in a federal penitentiary. These folk, it's like, these are some ruthless people. They're principled, but they don't give a damn. I mean, they'll cut your throat in a minute, but they have their loyalties to principle. As long as you're doing something that's useful, they don't even care if you're rich or not, if you stand up for something. They're always the first to volunteer when there's a war going on. Like, for example, Al Gore, Vice President of the United States. His daddy was a U.S. Senator at the time. He volunteered to be a damn private infantryman for a tour in the Nam. Go figure. You got John F. Kennedy, got his PT boat cut in half. You got Joe Kennedy Jr. He got blown up in an experiment with radio-controlled aircraft. You get these folk to do this kind of thing. His daddy was a gangster. In fact, if you want to see what it's about, see Tom Hanks in Road to Perdition. The guy he works for is a stand-in for Joe Kennedy. See Marlowe. They talk about him there. That villain, they talk about Alfred Hitchcock is the criminal. They mention him by name. And then this U.S. ambassador, who is the big mastermind behind all of the criminality, that was Joe Kennedy.
Okay, so a little bit, this is my follow-up. I know it's getting late. But somebody had asked the question when you were talking about when you was in college in 1960, somebody on here had asked the question, and you were talking about the African students that you integrated with or that you would talk to. And I think somebody was asking, were you familiar with any programs that they may have been affiliated with? I don't remember who it was.
I got what you said, but my response is.
Have you heard of, hold on. Have you heard of, are you familiar with ASPAL and ASCRAD?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
What I know about the people who went, invariably what happened is their parents tended to be with businesses that.
Hold on. Listen, y'all. This the breakdown on how some of these African families, this connection, right? We know it go further back than this, but he gonna break down his bloodline connection.
But my response is.
Have you heard of? Hold on. Have you heard of? Are you familiar with ASPAL and ASCRAD?
No, I'm not.
What's up, Dylan?
Okay,
what I know about the people who went, invariably what happened is their parents tended to be with businesses that were centered in Africa that were doing business in the country. Their parents were diplomats, and the United States was trying to befriend them so they wouldn't turn communist. They had relatives that they had intermarried with, and they came over here. They had adventuresome parents who formed the first wave of, we will take these visas because they got educated in the United States. They got educational visas. The United States has forever promoted people getting educated in the United States. They don't necessarily live here, but it wasn't any special program per se. They invited folk over because if you got educated in the United States, you were not likely to go commie.
Well, the reason why I was asking that. Okay, so I know in the 60s they had the African Scholarship program of American universities, right? And then they
Yeah,
had
they had that.
right, there you go. And then they had ASCRAG, right? And that was the higher education. So you wanted to go for your doctorate or your master's or anything post, your bachelor's degree. And the sole intent, right, was to get the top tier, the best and the brightest, the top 20% of African nations, their students, to send them over. And then, like you said, they would be educated in these American universities. Now, what's interesting about those two programs is that there were 11 Nigerian students who became the face of the African Scholarship Program of American universities, right? So it's no wonder that when I think you were talking about the different types of Africans that you were into, that you were speaking with and politicking with, and you mentioned them Yoruba, Igbo. And I find that interesting because that is a direct correlation, right? Because it was Nigerians who became the face of this program. Now, I think that was a very strong, a smart move on America's part, right? Because in the 1960s, we know that's when the scramble for Africa, and then when they got the independence started to happen, right? There's always like a line to things. There's always a reason, and it was for America to increase their political hegemony over there in that continent, right? Because it was in shambles. And so if I can get your students to come, if I'm going to say, yeah, come over, give me your top 1%, we'll educate them in our universities and our colleges. They can go on for their, doctoral degrees if they want to, and we'll pay for it. But in response for that and giving me your brain, it created a brain drain in those African nations as well, right? And it also was a smart move because if I'm imparting the American way unto these African students, what do you think is going to happen? You're continuing the cycle of like this transnational, post-colonial type of situation. So I wanted to bring that up and bring that into the conversation because it's never circumstance. It's always very strategic and on purpose.
Yeah, well, you have to look at it this way. See, there's a guy named Yuko Babu. He runs the Pan African Film Festival, or does until he kind of semi-retired. He, myself, and some other people, we set up a program to deliver a plane load of combat boots to the guerrillas in Mozambique, Frelimo. The State Department confiscated them, so we recruited Aretha Franklin, Pharaoh Sanders, Oscar Brown Jr., Stevie Wonder, and some other people to do a concert at Palladium in Hollywood, and we raised money, which they couldn't take, and we got it over to Frelimo. But what was going on over there with the guerrillas, we found that there was a lot of propaganda going around about tribalism. It wasn't really tribalism. What it was Oppenheimer de Beers, that had the diamond monopoly through the Queen of England, was propping up one tribe or one group against the other and saying, this is what you're going to sell these diamonds to us for so we can maintain a monopoly. If you don't go along with it, we will go support your rivals and we will wipe you out. And that got used to, that was covered by calling it tribalism. It wasn't tribalism, it was Oppenheimer de Beers. As a matter of fact, based on some long conversations I had with the heir to the Swaziland throne, that means the Zulu throne, they're descendants of Shaka Zulu the Great. One young man was working on his doctorate degree at UCLA and the other one at USC, and Daddy was going to abdicate in favor of the one at UCLA when he got his doctorate degree. They said Africa needed to be unified, but you couldn't do it politically, so they were going to come up with a series, television and motion picture series, where they propagandized the reality of Oppenheimer de Beers and made them the enemy, so that you would get people culturally identifying with a series of heroes who were, as a subterfuge, actually designed to bring about a cultural, if not political, unity in most of the 54 sovereign nations on the continent of Africa.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. We're not going to just run over that like he ain't just say that, right? We're not going to just move past that like he ain't just say that. Get your slow me's in the building. We not gonna run past that, fam. Like he ain't just say what he said. So he talked about this film, this propaganda that they broadcasted to 54 states in Africa, 54 countries in Africa, I'm sorry, to bring about a political and a cultural connection. Right? So they've been using propaganda to do this, and then watch what I asked him.
Brilliant plan.
Judge said it was a brilliant plan. Didn't they do that to us over here? Didn't they do that with us over here with Roots? With Alex Haley Roots?
Actually, no. I know Alex Haley.
Man, I ain't saying nothing fly about that. So look, I peeped it. Now watch this here, because now I'm seeing certain ways you gotta ask him questions. And he might answer it. He might answer it if you ask it a certain way.
And
well, I'm not saying necessarily him, but I mean his film Roots. Didn't that series actually bring amongst so I asked him, did it bring amongst a cultural, political connection with us over here and Africans? So when I asked him, didn't they do that over here with Alex Haley? He thought I'm getting off on Alex. I know Alex. So I said, no, not him. But then they use his film, then somebody else do it, take it off and go do it. Oh, shit.
Humans acting right. Guilt is can't even use Facebook because they don't like what I have to say on X. So I get bombed. But he was one of my roommates. He'd been over here in America. Also, I knew that crowd. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the GOAT, was a classmate of mine. He was Big Lou then, Mike Warren, Lucius Allen, etc., etc. We all were classmates.
Yeah, see, the Special Defense Act, that funded a lot of that because
us out in Los Angeles, man, you guys got your ass kicked last. They morphed it into was a pity-patty, pathetic thing, saying, "Oh, woe is us, we are sure set upon, and somebody needs to feel guilty about it." We gave less than a flying F about whether somebody felt guilty. It was something that we decided to exercise because he's kind of redeemed himself to an extent with the Second and First Amendment things he's done. So I'll leave it at that. But there was a big battle all through the 70s to get rid of the smart Negro. And you see,
hey, hold on, chat. Y'all hear me out. Did we see this point already? Did we see this point right here already? Let me know, y'all, because I might gotta rewind. I don't know what's going on. I fuck around and miss my placing, man. But let me know if y'all heard this already. Worldwide in the building. Turtle laughing, man. Let me know, man. Hey, y'all, where we at? Somebody wake up, goddamn. Wake up at the wheel. Cause I gotta go. I gotta run to the barbershop, but I'm gonna leave y'all alone though. So I can listen to it while I'm in the chair. Cause that nigga be trying to talk.
We can't hear you.
Like, man, what the
slaves? They couldn't get the in. They got educational visas. Yeah, well, you have to look at it to see of Oppenheimer, De Beers, and made them the enemy. So that you would get people culturally identifying with a series of heroes who were, as a subterfuge, actually designed to bring about a cultural, if not political, unity in most of the 54 sovereign nations on the continent of Africa. Brilliant plan.
Brilliant. Judge, didn't they do that to us over here? Didn't they do that with us over here with Roots? With Alex Haley Roots?
Actually, no.
Linda
I
Griffin.
know Alex Haley. And their
I'm not saying necessarily him, but I mean
getting off on your
homeboy, man. Did that series actually bring amongst a cultural and a depiction of what life was like during the transatlantic slave trade? Wasn't that? I mean, that's what happened.
It didn't really deal with the transatlantic slave trade.
Well, I mean,
it dealt with the conditions attended upon being black in America for a couple of 100 years, from late 18th century up to the present. My grandfather, you remember, look, let me say this. My connection to it is this. You remember that part in there where Alex Haley's grandfather is the doctor and he runs into his own grandfather who is having a heart attack and his cousin won't let him talk?
I said, okay. Nigga, I ain't never seen Roots in my life. I ain't never seen. I'm gonna see if they got it on YouTube. I'm going back and watch Roots. Fuck it. I lied like a son. That nigga been lying to me all night. Now I lied like a son, bitch, nigga. Boy, I ain't never seen Roots, nigga. God damn. Boy, I'm going to go find this shit on YouTube, nigga. I don't care if I gotta pay for it, nigga. It's by time I watch Roots, nigga. I told that nigga, okay. Nigga been lying to me all night, nigga. Fuck it. We even.
Touch him.
Okay.
That man and my father used to be business partners. My grandfather used to be business partners. So I got that connection with the Haley family. But it was relaying something.
All right, nigga. Then I tell earlier he told me he knew him, they shared a hoe together. You know, for quite some time, nigga, they shared a hoe together. Same thing he told me about my kinfolk who boule, who ran with Martin Luther King and Jesse Jackson. You feel me? He come out them circles. So, and you know, his daddy and them was a pastor, you know. But now he backdoored and now he telling me the story, right?
I kind of sort of was chief public defender for the city of Memphis.
So what was the what brought?
No, I know Alex Haley.
I know
my father used to be business partners.
Okay, and who is your grandfather?
Grandfather used to be business partners. So I got that connection with the Haley family. But
see, you talking about these goddamn dynasties earlier, nigga. You know everybody, and not just you, but your daddy, your granddaddy know these niggas. Your granddaddy know his granddaddy. Your daddy know his daddy. You know him. You talking about everybody else need connection, nigga. Your ass is well connected.
It was relaying some of the reality of being black in America at the time. Now, you probably know Alex Haley more closely from something he goes through it. That's the autobiography of Malcolm X.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, but a lot of people introduction, a lot of the older Pan-Africanists or Afro. Oh, we about to turn up because now he finna tell it on you with the Pan-African. Man, I gotta go like a mother. Now he finna get in there and tell on the Pan-Africans, centuries, how black and Pan-Africanism hooked up. Seduction, they always speak about it being roots in their era. And
yeah, that's very young people. See, to me, Roots came in, I was practicing law. As a matter of fact, when Roots was coming on television, I kind of sort of was chief public defender for the city of Memphis.
So what was what brought the culture of Americans, blacks or American Negroes with the African culture? Because before then there was no representation of that, correct?
No, it wasn't. There was representation. See, there was a thing where there was a reverse colonization of Liberia.
Watch this shit here. The whole panel went crazy.
Before the Civil War, a lot of American slaves escaped and they went to the north, and some got bought and some were elsewhere. So they were encouraged to go to Liberia.
Man, I said, man, go on now. Man, go on now. And they got me in the wilderness of Liberia now. Fam, I just asked you, before Roots, was there any type of African cultural connection there with Negroes, blacks, African Americans? He said no, and then he came back and said, well, there was one. goes back to the Liberia years before the Civil War. Oh man, nigga. So I'm gonna go with the first answer, nigga. This that dope that y'all come sprinkle on the top. This that dope y'all come sprinkle on top. You going, his nigga went in the programming mode on me, nigga. He think I'm a Pan-African or something.
And set up a colony in Liberia.
The American Colonization Society.
Yeah. So
then,
you got these.
Okay, that's all you had to say.
Former slaves who colonized Liberia.
Don't give me this hero ass story of a nigga who let a nigga tie him to a tree and now he's a hero. Man, don't try to sell me that shit, nigga. And then nigga that went overseas, nigga, ex-slave, illiterate, poor nigga, hard worker, nigga. He done left and went to go create a whole government, run a whole government, nigga, pastor now, nigga, a Mason, a Republican, nigga, a Whig party, Americo Liberian. This nigga that went and set up government, nigga, from the slave post, nigga, to the judge seat, nigga. Fuck you talking about? This nigga is the judge now. Come give us these hero ass stories about a nigga you just told me let a nigga beat on him and fuck his wife, and a nigga used to fuck him in the booty too when he got an attitude, nigga. Mouser get back there, get drunk on that whiskey and go to fucking everybody in the house. Daddy too, nigga. And now this nigga here is a runaway slave, nigga, on foot, barefooted, in some knickerbockers. And somehow, some way, nigga, he ended up governor, nigga, of another nigga continent. Superhero ass story, nigga. The answer first one was right. There was no cultural connection with Africans and African Americans before 1960s.
The problem with Liberia is they quickly cut it off because it became a goal for Black Americans to escape slavery, and they had some place to go, Liberia. So there was a great deal done to cut off that encouragement for people to escape slavery. So there was that incentive.
We're talking about the 1960s
to deal with a Pan-Africanism. There was also this thing that Liberia came in as being the flag country for a lot of traditional mainstream American shipping. It was a lot cheaper, and you did have the flag protection of being under some sovereign nation's protection, even if it wasn't much. So it managed to get a shoestring source of income. That's one of the things that went on. In Pan-Africanism, you have to understand, as I said earlier, we decided to call ourselves Black. That was not a label that white folk put on us.
But that didn't have anything to do with Pan-Africanism, did it?
Well, it did have a lot to do with Pan-Africanism because we were saying, like they say, white folk, the white man's burden, the white race, white supremacy that you hear now, it's like they aren't saying Caucasian or Blanco, they're saying white. So we just said, hell, Negro means Black. So what the hell? Why we got to confuse it? What you got to be ashamed of? Just say Black. So we started saying Black. We started calling each other that. No, I'm not a Negro. I'm Black. That was a frequent thing. So it hooked up with Pan-Africanism because guess what?
How?
Africans are Black.
How?
Yeah, what year would it be that they?
Don't ask me how. I'm just saying it.
No, sir. I'm asking what year.
I hear somebody, a second person, saying how. So I'm just saying it's not a matter of how. It just happened. How do we talk about?
Do you remember? Do you remember how it happened?
Yeah, I remember when it happened.
Okay, can you break that down, OG?
Yeah, I was in college about 1966. We stopped saying Negro. That's an insult. We're not Spanish. We're Black. Negro means Black. The way that came up is Sir Walter Raleigh was a pirate, legitimized by Queen Elizabeth way back when. and he used to raid the Spanish and seize these ships full of slaves. The Spanish called them Negroes. So he would advertise, I have a cargo of Negroes for cheap. And he'd sell them in Spanish ports. And then in 1619, he brought a load of them, or one of his Confederates brought a load of them over to Virginia and sold them. So they were sold as Negroes because those are what the Spanish called the slaves. They couldn't get the Indians to work as slaves. So they got these Africans, Negroes. And that's where the name came in. So the bottom line is it's insulting to be called that because we didn't choose it. But, you know, we got white, we got red, we got brown, we have yellow. So we decided to be black. That's what we just started calling each other.
Yes, sir. But how did y'all
just happen?
The Pan-Africanism
Pan-Africanism was this. We looked at things as a worldwide movement. In other words, there was commonality. We weren't worried about who was originally here. We were worried about, if you could ever find it, look at the film documentary, Battle of Algiers. Look if you can ever find it, Africa Audio, and you'll get the idea. It's like there is a common thing, which is the unity that needs to be had to overthrow colonialism and imperialism.
I'm sorry, OG, what?
Side effects.
Judge, what was the name of that film? What was the name of that film?
Africa Audio, which is interesting, or Africa Audio. And it's real live documentary, including machine gunning people in the alleys and all that kind of stuff, or shooting folk in the head for being counter-revolutionary. Battle of Algiers, which is very interesting. It's like pimps, hoes, drug dealers get out of the community. You have 2 weeks, and if not, we come back and kill you, which is what they were portraying in the thing. We had Spook who sat by the door, which was interesting, and stuff like that we looked at. And we read the Red Book. We read all of the stuff with the colonists, even though they were racist and slavers and everything. We read the ideas because we wanted to understand them. We read Franz Fanon and Wretched of the Earth. We read all of these things about how. And we didn't read one thing that was a lament on poor us. Look how we got mistreated. We looked at Uncle Tom's Cabin and said, oh, hell with that. You know, you got to stand up and take no shit. And like James Brown said, he copped it, he pimped it, but he said, I don't want you to do nothing. Just get out of my way and I'll do it myself. And that was our attitude. Like, we don't need you. The best thing is to get out of the way. And if we've got something we can collaborate on, then we'll collaborate on that because we don't come to the table empty handed. We have some stuff that you can use and we'll trade you.
You just made me think of something when you said that. Hold on 1 second, Smoke.
You got it.
In 1969, when the African studies branched off, you had the African when John Henry Cognan got the Black Caucus of the African Studies movement. Once they started theirs, were you familiar with that? Because in '69, the students movement, you know, they wanted to teach their own history. Were you there at that time as well?
Well, let me tell you what we did. 1967, myself, Cliff Stewart, Skip Johnson, some other people, some sisters, and some Black professors, we got together at UCLA, wrote up a perspective on Black history and studying the Black movement. So we got it implemented, and we got the first affirmative action program put in place. We knew that it could not be race oriented, it had to be race neutral. So we designed one. And as a matter of fact, it read almost exactly like what Justice Roberts wrote on his opinion about affirmative action last year, almost exactly the same. This whole thing about the race preference, we knew was not going to work. And in 1971 and 72, we begged these Negroes up in Berkeley at their medical school, who clowned around and said they couldn't pass a political test, so they wanted it just because they were black to be favored for admission. They worked up something with Bakke, and they said, you can be the plaintiff. We want to get rid of the affirmative action thing, so we will make it race-based. We in the law schools in California were saying, don't do that, it'll screw things up. So in 1972, there were 19 black dental students in the whole state, 119 black medical students, and 219 black law students in the whole state of California. So we tried to get these Negroes up there getting into Berkeley medical school not to do what they did. So they made it race-based, which was going to fail, which is exactly what happened as we predicted. And Roberts, in his opinion, put out just exactly what we set forth in 1967. Now, it's interesting. Critical race theory, which was sponsored by Professor Crenshaw of UCLA, is plagiarized based on what we came up with for the Black History program we formulated in 1967. There have been some keywords and phrases changed. And basically what it is that we were attempting to motivate black students to be mad as hell and learn how to stage a movement so that you could take over your own destiny. And what they morphed it into was a pity-patty, pathetic thing, saying, oh, woe is us, we are sure set upon, and somebody needs to feel guilty about it. We gave less than a flying F about whether somebody felt guilty. It was something that we decided to exercise power and accomplish. Get the hell out the way and we'll do it ourselves, and it worked. So we said that for athletes, and this is how it developed, you've been letting in athletes who don't meet the regular requirements, and invariably what you had was some version of this. Admission will be based upon a competitive assessment of your aptitude test, grade point average, and or other things that indicated an ability to succeed. Generally, that was athletics. We said we should be allowed to do that for non-athletes using hardship phenomenon, circumstance, upbringing, and things like that were race neutral, but almost invariably applied to minorities.
Y'all hear this shit, right?
Hispanic, Indian, Asian, black, you name it.
Y'all hear this, right?
And we got it in, and the purpose was to maximize the fallout to the impacted community so you could develop leadership. Interestingly enough, that was incorporated in the California State Constitution adopted in 1851 relative to the University of California. It was not just an educational system, but was supposed to develop community leadership, and they specifically mentioned the colored community so recently embroiled in the horror of being enslaved. This was 1851, 10 years before the Civil War started. So we used that and it worked. Now, what wound up happening is we got a cadre of black students who did a whole lot of things over the intervening 50 some years that followed. They made a lot of changes. They did a lot of things. They trained a lot of people. They made a lot of differences, and they weren't notorious, and a lot of people are unaware of them, but they made a lot of differences in the landscape of the country. Now, that said, when Bakke came about, it was a setup that Negroes put in place because they were selfish, and it ruined affirmative action. An interesting thing, Clarence Thomas. Yale tried to recruit me, but when they asked me to come there, I asked them why they were interested in me. And they said I could get in through the front door, and they wanted to set up affirmative action programs. I asked them why. and they said their students lead America. So they wanted their students to become familiar with all races and creeds, and what better way than to have students from those races, creeds, and ethnicities, and also to convert the people from those ethnicities into being friends of Yale and leaders of America. Well, they wanted me to help them set up an affirmative action program because they were aware of what I had done at UCLA. So I declined because when they had me there was 5 feet of snow on the ground, and I wasn't into that. Give me California, you know, hey. Plus, I had a girlfriend I was trying to reconcile with anyway, and I didn't want to be too far away. It didn't work out, but, you know, it is what it is. That's ancient history. So, you know, I understand. Clarence Thomas was the last person admitted to Yale Law School 2 years later as part of the affirmative action program. So I won't go into the sordid details because he's kind of redeemed himself to an extent with the Second and First Amendment things he's done. So I'll leave it at that. But there was a big battle all through the 70s to get rid of the smart Negro. And you see that now in the use of the term boule. Black folk used it in a different sense, but COINTELPRO and white people started interjecting boule in to turn black people against their educated elite. If you examine revolution, the first successful modern revolution was the American one. Most of the people that participated in that and set the tone were very learned persons. You get the French Revolution. The people that participated in that were very learned persons. You get the Russian Revolution. You get the fact that Lenin, Trotsky, and whatever were trained lawyers. You get the Chinese Revolution. Mao Zedong, who led the whole thing, was a lawyer. You get Fidel Castro, who did the one down in Cuba. He was a lawyer. Che Rivera was a physician. You get these learned people leading these things. You talk about Ho Chi Minh for Vietnam. He was a learned man with a PhD. You get these educated people that start revolutions, that start social movements, whether it is in the United States or someplace foreign. But you did not want black people to be educated because an educated Negro, if he was not a passive one, was a dangerous thing. So that's kind of the spirit, but not necessarily the letter of the miseducation of the Negro, the concept behind that. So we've got this thing that's been going on for 50 years of propaganda of distancing black folk from their so-called intelligentsia, which is supposed to be an automatic part of any kind of revolutionary movement. The intelligentsia that conceptualizes where the revolution must go if it is to succeed and how it is to succeed.
We can't hear you.
Like he went out for a second. Hey, yeah, everybody in the chat should have hit the like button.
Yes.
This is platinum. Yeah. Y'all didn't hit the like button. This is.
I ain't gonna lie, ladies. Y'all got one tonight, though. Y'all
Listen,
got one.
I never heard nothing like it before in my life.
It's a fucking classic.
Can
you hear me?
Class. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, got cut off there. Somebody was trying to call me. In other words, what went on was this. I'm going to make this very brief, but you got to get
I was thinking the same thing,
back in the 1960s.
He didn't hear y'all. Y'all got to ask him again.
Okay, back in the 1960s, there was a real big problem that we're still impacted with. There was a group that came together, a coalition. There were those that hated that they weren't men, that was feminist. Those that hated men, generally, the lesbian crowd, some of it. Those that hated that they weren't strong men, the soy boys. Those, some of whom hated that they weren't normal men, the gay crowd, and those who hated typical men who thought we were responsible for war. Man, we've got to learn to get away from being bad, man. We cause war, man. We need to be about love, man, so we can be at peace instead of at war. So they combined, and that set in place an interesting ballast. They were going around college campuses on something that people don't pay much attention to. They were promising that they were going to take over the entertainment industry totally, the communications industry, the news industry, infiltrate politics, both parties, and pick one, the Democratic Party. They indicated they were going to pick because the Democratic Party at that time was trying to enfranchise the black race as a voting group to get power. And they were going to try to deal with taking over Hollywood. Now, what was going on with Hollywood is that made it easy, that gave them access to propaganda, was that the movie studios were going broke in the face of developing color television. So in 1967, typically it cost 35 to 50 cents as an adult to see a movie, but you didn't get one movie. You got two. You could walk in whenever you wanted, halfway through the movie, see what you could see. You watch two cartoons, a couple of sub features, and then the second feature, and then sat through the part of the first one that you missed. Popcorn was a nickel, and you could stay all night long. And every Sunday and Thursday, no matter how popular the movie was, they had it changed. Two new movies, twice a week. Studios were going broke. So they got the idea that instead of two movies for 35 to 50 cents, you get one movie for $1.25, which is like $45 a movie now. And you would have to come in before the movie started and leave when it was over, and the movie would run as long as people would come. Then they got the secret. There is an untapped group of people that was anxious to see themselves, these blacks. Chuck, what do they call themselves? Black now, or are they still Negroes? I don't know. Afro something, I heard them say. Well, whatever difference. Let's give them what they want. And what do they want? Well, a lot of them aren't going to be able to go to college, and they aren't too bright anyway. So let's just appeal to the lowest common denominator. Yeah, what do they call them? Pimps and hoes and all of that other stuff. And they started appealing to the lowest common denominator: pimps, hoes, drug dealers, murderers, thieves, and all of the ne'er-do-well, instead of people that were trying to uplift. They didn't do stories about black revolutionaries anymore. They did black exploitation. And the first one was Black Caesar with Fred the Hammer Williams, who was a former football player. And he played a gangster, a drug king, who was also a hitman. And he rides off into the sunrise smoking a Churchill cigar in a limo after he's had all these people killed off, and LAPD doesn't appear. We went down to see the movie, a bunch of us from UCLA. I said, man, what the hell was that mess? Man, that's unreal. Why are you perpetrating this stuff about glorifying a drug dealer who needs to be taken out behind the alley and shot? So they started that, and a couple of years later you had Superfly, and you had Foxy Brown with Fine Pam Grier, and the plot at first on all the movies was basically the same. Somehow or another, somebody takes over the drug trafficking and makes it big, and Pam Grier's Foxy Brown, her brother gets killed by the drug lord, so she gets revenge. And then as they morphed into later ones, she becomes the drug queen, and she gets knocked down 5 or 6 times, and one or both tits pop out, so you get a bear flash, and you get a beaver shot if you were in the right part of the country. And then there are 4 or 5 naked white women who walk through the den area of a small apartment that they're trying to pass off as part of a mansion. and they're naked and dripping wet, and that's part of the genre, and it goes from there, and you get this glorification of pimps, hoes, drug dealers, and everything bad. In black exploitation, you get to using the N-word as an obligatory statement. You get hip-hop, R&B and stuff morphing into talking about negativity. By the late 70s, rap was developing, and it was what I call brag rap. The rappers were bragging about how bad they were, this and the other, and then it got going gangster, and it went downhill from there. So now it's not about love, it's not about success, it's about pimps, hoes, bitches, and all kinds of other negatives, and doing bad things, and we get acclimated to it, and we call each other the N-word, and it's, hey man, hell, I even can remember it being in Sydney, Australia. There ain't anybody black in there but me and my date in this club, and somebody's up on stage. Mark, we gonna have a real fine party tonight. Yeah, there's Chuck. Chuck, come on up here, Chuck. That's my nigga. Come on up here. Damn, man, this shit spread to Australia.
Okay, listen.
And
Judge, listen.
It's essentially the spread of negativism, nihilism, and getting rid of principle. So it's also a spread of helplessness, where over 50 years, that's a long time to be running a consistent propaganda thread. Black people have been taught, African Americans, Afro Americans, Negroes, whatever the hell you want to call yourself, we've been taught that we are dumped on, we are victims, and for some reason, we've been conditioned to think that the people that have been messing us over for several hundred years are suddenly going to develop a conscience, and because they owe us, they're going to turn around and be okay. That's like, to me, from having watched it develop over 50 years, being a grown man for that old period of time, it looks much like poor Charles. He's been chained up in a kennel in the backyard, and this winter he will be cold and won't find love. Send $19 a month to ASPCA. The elephant, magnificent elephant, and now he's endangered. Send $19 a month to the World Wildlife Fund. Poor Jamal, he has not known love. He's being mistreated. Send $19 a month to the Save a Negro Fund, and you can help out a Negro. You know, it looks like that to me. And I've seen it develop, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And I'm not saying cut back on your demands. It's just a way of looking at things that makes a hell of a lot of difference. I have seen people who have reformed from going downhill to hell to being successful people, and 30 years later come up and shake my hand and say, Judge.
I don't know why. Here we go.
Oh, now I don't think. Can you hear us?
4 children. Everybody's been to college and work, and I've worked steadily at a job for the last 27 years. I've been married for 29. Thank you very much. You see, and the clue is like, you are a man, dude. Yeah, shit's on you, on your head. But that means you've got adversity to conquer. You've got an opportunity to be a real live hero and kick ass even if you die, because ain't nobody getting out this sucker alive any damn way. You might as well go out for something that's worthwhile. And when you get that attitude, you know, shit may be on your ass, but you look at it as, yeah, these fire-breathing Gila monsters are setting smoking flames off in this tunnel and nobody can see daylight, but I'm going to slay the dragons so my people can get to the end of the tunnel.
The microphone smoking over there.
I think his phone keep ringing.
Yeah, she trying to tell him she outside. She like, nigga, I'm out here come pay this Uber so I can come up there and get under the cover.
Talk at you ain't shit, man.
You know what he's doing. I got a bad ass question. I really just got 2 questions, and I'm gonna let it make it for the night because it's, you know, she done made it. That's that on my side.
I ain't gonna lie, I ain't never seen my boy in this kind of form before. I was interested in this. What the fuck you got to say?
Yeah, he said a lot.
I think he's trying. I think the issue is that he's probably making a mistake because he's calling my phone, but he's not answering, and I don't know what that's about.
I just talked to him, so he should be coming back.
He's not realizing.
You pretty quiet tonight.
So you're liking the conversation. I hope y'all liking the conversation in the chat.
Ladies, y'all got
questions,
classic,
but
man.
I was gonna let everybody go.
He'll be right back. You know he coming back.
And you got the pink on. Yeah, he coming back. You got the pink on tonight too.
It's going on 2 a.m, and he's still like, "What's up?"
I got a question, right?
You probably know my kid folk. He talking about, I know somebody, and I know somebody knew him. Yeah, girl, I ain't gonna say her name.
It's fine, girl. I'm like, yes, Judge. Yes.
He hit so many, boy. Yeah, I would be like him when I grew up. He hit so many women all around the world. He just told us a Sydney, Australia story.
Yo. It's your fault. It's your fault.
Boy, we turned this motherfucker up tonight. No, it's not my fault. It's Sister Freedom's fault. It's
your fault. We put it on your ass. Okay?
Something about Chief. And I said, nah, y'all leave me. Then I see people in the chat talking about, say something. I'm like, God damn, y'all gonna see me out here fucking tonight. I ain't even stretched. And yeah, nah, them motherfuckers.
Freedom stay ready. Freedom stay ready. Like, she stay ready to fight. Always.
Man, one thing I can say about y'all ladies, y'all got the ability to create a powerful show. And I'm talking about y'all can bring in people the normal niggas can't bring in. I salute y'all for that, man. Y'all got another one tonight.
Thanks, King.
Is he coming? He what did he say, though? So he trying to get back in the door?
Yeah. He's trying.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to do now.
I just got one question for him because you know why? The reason or one of the things is maybe the number one thing that a lot of people are suffering from. He actually, was there as it happened. So I really.
Man, you better leave that shit alone, dog.
No, I know how I'm gonna ask it. And right now, that's anything I ask him right now, he gonna answer it. So we done already got the hard part out the way. He already know what I'm talking about. So we got the hard part out the way. So.
Yo, y'all really had Judge up here tonight?
Man, he just disappeared, man.
No, he's coming back. He just called again. He's coming back. He's trying to be
okay. He just called you. Okay, I was just calling him.
Yeah, he just called.
Yeah, he was on. He's trying to come back now.
That's crazy, y'all. That's crazy.
Brother Glenn, you ain't have to get dressed for the show. You got dressed for the show?
No, man. Same outfit I had on all night, man.
You ain't took a bath yet. Where you at in the world?
I'm in Myrtle Beach. Myrtle Beach, man. Myrtle Beach.
Okay.
South Carolina?
Yeah, South Carolina, yeah.
Hey, I'm about to bring someone up. I do want to preference everyone. We're having such a good show tonight, so let's all be nice and know and respectful. Be respectful to the ladies on the panel. That's the reason why you can come up and speak.
Right. Thank you.
Were you watching the show tonight?
Was I?
Yeah, did you watch the show tonight?
No, I just caught it. I just caught it right now. I was getting ready to go to bed. I'm like, yo, I'm sick on this. I like Judge. Judge is my man.
Were you able to catch the show tonight, Chief X?
I seen the last maybe 30 minutes, and Judge Joe Brown was really kicking some history. And a lot of people may not understand, but he was really kicking some history and trying to tell people how it really was, and and we need to respect what he was saying because he didn't tell one lie.
He always cooked, man. He always cooked. Every time he speak, man, like he holds us accountable, man. And I love that. You know what I mean? I love that. Who's this? What's her name? Dot? Are you the host of the channel, Dots?
He said, I can see you. I see you. Yeah, you hear me talking to you.
Who's the host? Who's the host of the channel?
Who house is this?
Everybody's like unified.
It's us four ladies. So Dots, Dulcinea, Nisha, Sister Freedom. We're Unscrambled Minds. And
Dulcinea. Okay. What's up, Dot?
Yeah, they rang a bell, though.
Yeah.
Dulcinea.
Dulcinea did ring a bell. I don't know where I heard that from.
Somewhere.
Maybe from another channel.
Don Quixote at all?
Was that?
Don Quixote?
No, I never heard of that.
That would be where you heard it.
Yeah, I heard that name, man. I heard.
This your first time coming through tonight?
Yeah, man. Accidentally, like I'm just looking for like lives. I'm looking at lives, and I always like Judge always get my attention, no matter what he's doing. I always love.
They had nothing to do with why you came up tonight.
Say it again.
That pink dress ain't had nothing to do with you coming up here tonight.
What pink dress? Oh yeah, how you know, bro? How you know? That got my attention. Yeah, that got my attention.
I think the shirt. I think your shirt told
my
me
shirt?
everything I needed to know. Yeah, I think that told me everything I needed to know.
Yeah. I love intelligent, beautiful black women. I'm sorry.
So Judge Brown had bad reception. Is that how he got cut off? He had bad reception tonight.
Nah, he got company.
Me?
No, to be serious. Did he have bad reception or he got cut off?
Struggling with our StreamYard.
Yo. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. I'm the only one cammed up right now. That's weird.
He trying to see that Dulcinea pack, huh? Dulcinea, say hi.
Say what's up, man. Say hi. Say hi to Glenn.
Hey, Brother Glenn, everybody up here hit the cash app when they came up here. You got
I'm going to hit the cash app, man. I'm not worried about the cash app. That's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal to you. It's not a big deal to me, right? We have value men, right?
It's a very big deal, brother. Just like you ain't ironing that shirt today. It is a very, very big deal.
Dude,
little, but it's a very big deal.
Here I go. Here I go. I'm thinking I'm going to a positive black channel and I'm getting ripped because of my wrinkled shirt.
Yeah, over here.
Is Legendary Topcatz gonna get on camera?
No, sir, brother. Only if
so you shouldn't be talking about nobody else's shirt. You ain't gonna get on camera.
I'm on camera, man. I'm on camera. I'm right here.
He's on camera. Respect me for that. If you're not on camera, Legendary Topcatz, you can't talk bad about people who are on cameras.
Are you asking for yourself or you asking for the lady?
No, I'm just saying if you're gonna clown a brother for being on camera and he got his shirt on and he's trying to be respectful, but you're not on camera. You can't clown nobody like that.
Me to climb up, or do you want to see me?
You got to hear what I'm saying first of all. I'm just saying the brother right here is on camera. He's showing himself. He's being confident, but you not on camera and you clowning him.
Brother, if I was clowning him, he could speak for himself. Now
he did. He's looking fine. He got a collar shirt on. He's looking nice. He's cool.
Clear. Yes, sir. Just to be clear, you're not asking me to cam up.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying it doesn't make any sense. What I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. It don't make no sense for you to clown a brother who's on. It don't make no sense for you to clown a brother who is on camera. And then you not on camera. And you want to clown him. That don't make no sense to people.
We're gonna move on from me being on camera, okay?
Family, can I say something? Family, can I say something, please?
You keep talking over people, but we get it. You talking over people, so people want to hear the truth. The truth is, the brother's on camera.
Man, we this close from having a good
night. Family.
1 second. Glenn, Darvis, let Glenn come in really quick, and then you right after him.
Family, But I didn't come here for that. I just come here for a positive discourse with my people. You know what I mean? I felt like it was a good thing because I'm a fan of the judge and he was on. So I came here for a positive discourse with us. I like when black people come together and have a direction of where we're going. Like we could take this conversation and move it forward for something positive, not the negativity, man. I don't care if you think my shirt's wrinkled. I don't care. I don't care about any of that. No. Real talk. It's okay with that. I'm okay with that. You can say that. You can say that. That's fine. It doesn't bother me. But like another person came in and said that, like, yo, we gotta let that go, man. Like, I don't care. I don't. You talking about me? I don't. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all.
Mr. Clinton,
you look fine to me, bro. You look fine to me.
I don't care about that. I don't care about that. We have more.
Mr. Clinton, I want to say,
yeah, please.
I thank you for that. I really do thank you for that because it didn't sound like you took it any kind of way. He wasn't being. That's just we gentle haze over here. So I'm glad that you got the bigger picture. He wasn't being disrespectful. So salute to you for being able to recognize that. I appreciate that. So let's move the conversation forward. It is getting late.
I think Judge Joe Brown is having some issues. He had an error coming in, so I'm going to give him a call. So,
but Dot, though. But Dot, I want to talk to Dot. Dot.
Yes, Mr.
Are you a foundational Black American?
Oh.
No, I am not.
Oh yeah, where you from?
But on my mom's side, they're Bayesian. Well, my grandmother's born in Barbados, but on my dad's side, they're from Alabama, Georgia, and Virginia.
Okay, I'm from Mississippi.
Okay.
We all Black Americans.
Okay, one second, guys.
No, we are
not. He wasn't able to get back on, but let me see if you can hear him. Go ahead and talk, Judge Joe Brown.
Testing. Can you hear me?
No way.
Yes.
Okay, let me just conclude since I've been having all kinds of problems lately. The message I'm trying to get off is this. We can do anything we put our minds to. We are a strong people. But we have to switch the way we think about things. And that story I was giving you about people telling me what they had done just because they got the clue as to it being adversity to overcome, the opportunity to be a hero or a shero. That is the important thing. It's like humans had
I love this.
We had adversity that we had to conquer. We can still do that. Just look at it as an opportunity to kick ass and stop thinking of what's going wrong and think of the opportunity to see what you can make go right. And if you put your mind to it and you make a determination, there is nothing I can't do. You can do a lot. So keep the faith in yourself.
Can I ask you a question before you go, Judge Joe Brown? I wanted to bring it back to the politics. I know you were talking about when you guys were young and you sound like rebellious and really wanting to change the status quo. I wanted to ask you, did you have any kind of political affiliations like Republican or Democrat, or were you guys your own independent? And do you still have the same trust for the voting system?
It was different because let me say this, 1960, most black folk were Republicans. 1960, Kennedy pulled off a brilliant move. He was a Democrat. Most of the racist
Get this book
in the South were Democrats. So he called up the sheriffs and told them to back off of Martin Luther King. Nixon should have made that call, but he couldn't because they were not Republican sheriffs. They were Democrats. So he got them to back off of King, even though, interestingly enough, one of the Bush ancestors, Prescott Bush, was making most of Martin Luther King's bonds for him during the Civil Rights era. So when he did that little stunt move, he already had a build-up thanks to FDR putting people back to work, thanks to Harry Truman being the first president to ever go to an NAACP function when the NAACP was relevant, and signing Executive Order 1981 that desegregated the armed services when so many black folk had just gotten out of the war. That was an important step turning black folk Democrats. Before that, up until 1960, they invariably voted Republican on the local level. Now, since then, we have had an escalation of that. And believe it or not, it wasn't Kennedy that cemented it. It was LBJ. Black folk thought LBJ was Big Daddy in the White House. And when he got turned, he didn't run. He said, I will not seek or accept the nomination of my party for president. I have caused enough division in the country over this war. Everybody, not everybody, but a whole lot of black folk were just disheartened and gave up hope. And that was wrong because they weren't depending upon self, and it was really disturbing to us at the time. So we were mostly independent. 65. That had just been 5 years since everybody was locally Republican if you were black in a lot of the big places in the country. Not everywhere, but a lot of the big places. So it wasn't a thing like it is now. And what we put our bets behind was third world unity. We were in a situation where there were still manifestations of colonialism. British Empire hadn't totally broken up. And we were saying we need to unify with all of these people who've been victimized by this, and we need to provide our leadership as American black folk to this whole process so everybody can come together in unity, make money, and we had a somewhat different attitude about it than I see today. Now, our downfall was the craving for unity that left us wide open to snitches, pimps, hoes, agents, provocateur agents who were sworn officers of these alphabet agencies. So that was our undoing. And I would just caution, unity isn't everything. You should only unify with those who are on your side. And it's a very dangerous thing because people did die behind it.
Can we ask Judge Brian a question? Does he think black folk are in a liberal cult?
I don't know. I get no idea what the cult is. I deal with a perspective I had, which is effectiveness. See, we didn't get caught by the labels. It was like, what's going to free black folk? Don't care what it is. What kind of alliance do you make? And see, we grew up on Stalin and Churchill and Roosevelt, all collaborating with Ojo and Benito and Adolf. And they did. And they got at each other's throats afterwards. Britain fell from being a first-rate power to a third-rate nobody.
Judge, with all honor and respect, can we be rehabilitated?
Yes. You have to catch fire. You got to get angry. Don't despair. See, when there's something that gets you angry, that's an opportunity to get even. And when you decide you're going to get even, what you wind up doing is starting to scheme and plan how you're going to do it. And then when you start planning how you're doing it, you start getting strategic and you get less angry, but you get more motivated because you get caught up in the game, which is an important thing, of how to make it happen. And you start strategizing and dealing with tactics to make it happen.
But how do we get the masses to realize that we're damaged? Even though, like, we. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Put it this way. Let me put it this way. You guys never had to deal with the reality of facing a boot camp or a mandatory thing in PE where you had to pass these tests because it was viewed as a matter of national security. You're not used to a coach getting all over your ass and being very impolite to you about getting your stuff together. But you can take somebody who has no connection with something and you can turn them into somebody who's very effective. It's like the first time you go out for a sport in high school, you may or may not know something about it, but with the right kind of coach, the right kind of drills and exercise and attitude, you can be something. The world is too soft right now. You gotta, this stuff has worked the same way from the Roman legions to the Marine Corps to anybody. And you get outside of the military thing, it starts working in civilian life as well. You gotta have a can-do attitude. I use it, but John Wayne had an old saying. It said, when things get tough, the tough get going.
I remember that one. But how do I stand up right?
Do you think black folks in America erroneously have a victimhood mentality when a lot of us in 2024 haven't been through any of these problems? Do you think we have a victimhood mentality that we need to let go?
Yes, I have heard Hollywood specifically and had heated arguments with them and called them all kinds of low-down son of a bitches because they're saying it's best for us to think that way. Well, Joe, goddamn it, Judge, we have to think of our own interests. If your people are foolish enough to buy this, we're going to feed it to them because you cause trouble. You know, you can't be trusted. Like the hell with you, son of a bitch. Kind of thing that's going on. And they plan it, and we buy into it.
Yes.
You see some of these son of bitches, yeah, man, we gonna be down, man, with the cause. And then you see them with their white masters out in Hollywood. Oh, Chuck, man, you know, like, what are we going to do, man? You better come off that shit.
Right.
And then when they get in public, yeah, man, the brother's got to be down with his bitches and hoes, man. And then you hear them with the white folk. Oh, yeah, Chuck, what am I going to do, man? Did you like that with that? Was that all right? Was that enough niggas in it, man?
Right.
You punk-ass motherfucker. Man the hell up. When you see adventure heroes in the movies going, yeah, man, brother, we got to get down with the cause, man. Oh, man, I was just freaking out, man. I just almost creamed myself, man, with this macho shit, man. It was so exciting, man. God damn.
Judge, we could talk all night. There's so many things I want to touch on with you. You know what I mean? We could talk about Bacon's Rebellion. We could talk about men being, what do you call it? Demasculated. We could talk about a lot of things, you know what I'm saying? But like, what is more pressing for you as an activist, as a person of African American descendant, is more pressing for you right now? What we, like, I'm a little bit younger than you, and
Wait,
you know, and the panel probably younger than me.
Hold on,
Go
Glenn.
ahead.
I think he's speaking. Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
This way, let me give you the keys to the successful things. Ain't no motherfucker getting out of this motherfucker alive. You don't die.
Word. Right.
Funny thing about it is, is when you get as old as I am, you say, damn, was that all the time I had? That wasn't shit. That's like, that was 25 years ago. Seems like 2 weeks ago. Shit, what happened to the time? So when you get that attitude, when you understand it, that you're going to die, you have to be willing to die for certain things because you're going to die anyway. Now, here's the difference between us and you guys. We had the draft, and there was the knob, and everybody knew somebody that got messed up in the knob. Got something blown off. Our daddies had been in Korea and knew somebody. Our daddies had been in World War II and Korea, if not one or the other. Our grandfathers had dealt with World War I, and a lot of us had situations where somebody in the family got lynched, but everybody didn't just take it passively. Black folk was shooting back. Like, we keep talking about Wall Street. Fuck Black Wall Street. Let's talk about 7 months beforehand in Washington, D.C., one of the big goddamn uprisings. And more white folk died in that uprising than black folk did because they had some black veterans who were having a conference there who had just gotten back from the trenches and been discharged. They were having a meeting in D.C. And some of the rednecks decided that they were going to shoot up and kill some black folk. So the black Pullman car porters started smuggling guns in from Baltimore. The black troops who had just gotten back from the trenches fighting with the French got up on the roofs of the tenements and started sniping white folk who were trying to burn them down, and more white folk died than black. And they wound up calling the cavalry out, literally, to restore order after 5 days of violence. But we won that battle. But they don't talk about it. So there were 123 places that got jacked up besides Tulsa, Oklahoma. We keep focusing on where we got our ass kicked rather than where we kicked ass. We need to fuck Oklahoma and start concentrating on where we kicked ass in Washington, D.C. That's
Name a couple places, Judge.
Think about it.
Hold on, y'all. Okay.
We're Seminoles. The Seminoles.
To the subject. You got
We're not Seminoles.
Maybe you speak for yourself.
No, I'm let Judge talk, man. I'm good.
See, in other words, I'm not saying dismiss Tulsa, Oklahoma, but there were 122 other places that got jacked up, or at least had something going on, and in several of them we won. We got our ass whipped. We kicked ass, including in the capital of the United States.
Judge, what's your thoughts on immigration? What's your thoughts on the immigration coming here?
If you come in legally, fine. If you sneaking across the border, send your ass back home, that's a crime.
Thank you.
100 years ago, Judge, 100 years ago, they passed the Immigration Act in 1924, where they stopped bringing over a lot of these white people. What were people at that time? How did they feel about the immigration of all of those white people coming in here? Because it's a lot of people comparing this immigration through this president the same as to Ellis Island. They're putting Ellis Island on side of this.
Let me tell you what. 100 years ago, there was a vast wilderness.
Thank you.
Mississippi River and the Pacific coast. We had a small population. It hadn't even got to 100 million people. Needed a population because when you have a nation, there are 3 elements. There is a territory with borders. Inside that territory are natural resources, minerals, water, fertile land or not. Okay, there's a population that interacts with the territory and a government to control the interaction between the people and the territory with the people combined against the rest of the world. The United States needed settlers. It needed people.
Right.
That was a totally different situation when we didn't even have 100 million people in the country.
But Judge, at that time, that population that they brought over, they weren't skilled or trained in any field. They had to come here and be taught the customs of America, how to become America, how to become.
They was prisoners. They was prisoners. They was out
You
there.
have to always understand that it's 2000.
Brother Glenn,
You got to understand it's always 2024. Today is 2024. So if we're talking about today's time, we have to update our minds to 2024.
Yeah, 2024, we have an excess population. We don't need any extra. Can't even deal with what we have here. When I
but they're bringing them here for similar reasons, political, organized migration for political reasons, and also for cheap labor.
Are you sure?
That's not true.
Yeah, I'm sure the Democrats are wild. All of the blue states getting flooded with a lot of these immigrants.
Sure. What you could think of it this way. Suppose that you had a new religion. Just like you got the Christians originated, you got the Islamic movement originated. They go on jihad and crusades and stuff to recruit followers. And supposing what's going on is they want to recruit people to a new religion, bring them here so they can capture them and save their souls by converting them to the new religion. But we have that. It's called the faith of the rainbow cult. Not the gay folk, just the rainbow cult and all that it stands for or doesn't stand for. The other thing is Article 1 of the Constitution says every 10 years there shall be a census for the primary purpose of determining representation in the House of Representatives. And what's going on is you want to bring in illegal immigrants so they get counted in a census so California can maintain or pick up extra congressmen, so can Illinois and New York, etc., because they were in danger of losing them. Even if you don't let them cheat and get the vote, what winds up happening is they get counted. Now, I have participated in 6 census takings as an adult. The last one was in 2020. And that was the first one that they did not ask me my citizenship status. The first one. Also the first one where they did not ask me the status of my parents relative to citizenship. Trump tried to get them to count that, but they wouldn't because they don't want it. Because they want these people to be counted in a census with it being indeterminable as to whether they're citizens or not, so California can pick up extra congressmen that will be able to vote to sustain their sick-ass agendas. That's what they're trying to get also. Now, if they vote yes or no, but it's advantageous if they don't get the vote. They get counted, you get to take advantage of it, but you don't have to worry about convincing them because they can't vote. But if you can turn it around so they can sneak in and vote, that's even better for you because they're supposedly gracious for you getting them the opportunity to fast check. And if one thing, they get to cut in line in front of all the other people who are doing it the right way.
Judge.
But don't we see a lot of Democrats pushing for that, especially like the Black Caucus? We seen them many times on the Hill trying to get fast track citizenship for these immigrants that are coming over, Black immigrants.
By the way, the Black Caucus is not really operating as black. They're operating as rainbow. I'll give you an example. Who do you think is the chairman of the Black Caucus's reparations committee?
Who that said thank you?
No, Judge Brown is telling the truth. Like for instance, I think Judge Brown. Real quick, y'all. Real quick. I think Judge Brown is just like a lot of our grandparents and our parents. We grew up in the Bible Belt. A lot of us have conservative views although we represent Democratic Party, but we have conservative views, like we represent guns, you know what I mean? We represent, we don't vote for gay marriage. So I think Judge Brown represents Southern Bible Belt views. But we're confused because we get caught up in
That's not a negative connotation. That's not a negative connotation, right?
I get timed out just because I said it's 2024.
I grew up in South Central LA, kindergarten through law school. Okay, I did not get raised in the South. I have been here long enough to have picked up something of an accent of the damn place. But my point was this: we don't realize that our skin kin are not really voting as a black ethnic group. They're voting as a rainbow group. There are but 5 members of the Black Caucus who are not also representatives or members of the Liberty Caucus, which is the LGBTQIA caucus. Now, my question was, can you describe the head of the Black Caucus's reparations committee? I'll do it for you. His name is Steve Cohen, the congressman from the 9th District of Tennessee here in Memphis, 92% black. He is a gay white Jew boy. And that's head of the Black Reparations Committee for the Black Caucus.
Do they have anything to do with one of the reasons why they're not passing it?
Yeah.
You say he's a gay Jew?
Yeah.
Yeah, who is head of the Black Caucus's Reparations Committee. He's a lawyer. I've known him 40 years. He's in a wheelchair.
That's crazy.
Just think about it. I'm not getting on Jews or anything like that, but just think about it.
That's what we're saying. And that's crazy.
These Negroes,
Who have he been in charge?
using it in a derogatory term, have been fronting off on us. We've been voting for them. It's their job to come up with the legislation to develop reparations with enablement and appropriations acts. They haven't introduced not one of those sleazy bastards in 35 years. But
Judge, why you didn't come up with your mind? Why have you ever thought about coming up with with? I'm sorry, what did you say?
Judge Joe Brown, are you voting this cycle? Are you voting Republican? Are you voting for Trump or Biden this season?
I would vote for Biden. I'd vote for my dog before I'd vote for Biden. Racist.
Who's your dog?
Well, it's a female.
Who's your dog?
What's that?
Who's your dog? Who you voting for, Trump or Biden?
He said Trump. Voting for Trump.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
We kind of talked about this stuff in the beginning.
Okay.
That thing with the shooting last weekend, I've seen people shot. Been standing right next to them. That was a badass move. That was under fire. See, when he stood up and gave that power fist and he's pulling away from him like, fuck you. You know, bring it on. Fight. He doesn't know if they've taken the sniper out or whether the sniper's still up there to shoot. He's brave under fire. Fighting with his shitty goddamn Pampers.
Judge.
Let me ask you this. This is my last question right here.
Yeah, I can't ask a question.
Watching this thing live, right? And I'm saying, okay, what's he on? Blah, blah, blah. And I said, what the fuck was that? Because he flinched, put his hand up to his ear, but you could see the mist where the bullet hit him. Now, I've seen wounds happen with high-velocity bullets, and when they hit like that, they leave a white mist where they cause flesh to vaporize when this multisonic bullet hits them. And it sets up a shock wave. It didn't penetrate his skull, but he felt it and it stunned him. It's like a heavyweight fighter hitting you in the side of the head. So he goes down.
Judge Joe Brown,
shaking off, and he gets up.
can we get one more question before you go tonight?
Yeah, you can. And he goes,
Can I get one? Can I get one, please?
you hit me, fight. And he gives the power. That's some badass shit.
No, we gotta close it down. So hold on, Big Chief.
Man, I got closing down now.
Top, do you mind letting Mr. Glenn get his last question out, and then you'll go last?
My mic tell y'all can hear me.
Yeah. But can you let Mr. Glenn go first because he was trying to finish his question?
Okay.
Mr. Glenn, when you're done, do you mind just dropping?
Go ahead, brother Glenn.
Yo, Judge, the honorable judge. How can we self-identify and create our own movement, minus of the Democrat or Republican Party, and move Black people forward?
Impossible.
I didn't ask you that question.
I know it sounds crazy, but the answer is I'm 77 years old. Why are you asking me something that is up to the youth to move into and effectuate? We asked our parents what it was like when they were coming up, and then we decided to make the moves. You guys do it. Pick something to do and do it.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what's going on. I can tell you what the landscape's like. I can tell you what side of the tree to come out of so you don't get your ass blown away. But I
Thank
can't
you.
what to do because I'll be dead. You'll be doing it.
Fact. Love it.
Thank
Love
you.
it.
All right, y'all. We gotta go.
Respect.
Thank you, Mr. Glenn. You could drop down if you like. We're gonna close the panel soon.
Thanks, I'll take one more question.
Okay, Judge. You've been around for a long time. You've seen many eras. My question is, what era produced the best women, meaning looks, quality, everything?
That's a ridiculous question.
Hey, drop him down.
Let's put it this way.
We don't even go.
Let's put it this way. I'll make this remark. I'm not gonna say this. I don't want to be offensive to the ladies.
Oh no problem. Be honest. We just asking for your honesty.
Honest to goodness. There are too many 19-year-olds that look like they're out of shape 55, 60-year-old women. There's too much wrong attitude because we've got 50 years worth of propaganda of I don't need a man, and also I don't need a woman, which is crap. We work better together. It's not so much the financial independence, but once you get to be an adult and you get all of these responsibilities, you've got a household, and even when you aren't operating in terms of raising children, just ordinary stuff, you work better when you can have a division of labor and there's more than one person working at making something happen. So men and women are good with each other, good for each other. And unfortunately, they don't teach boys and girls 101 A and B anymore. You see, those of us who are 45 and above 50 will tell you that the hardest thing about being an adult is learning how to deal adequately with the opposite sex. And if you are not into opposite sex, you don't have to go through all of that trouble, but you lose a lot when you don't. And the other thing is, vive la différence. There's a big difference between men and women. And it doesn't change things by trying to act like it's not. I'll give you two examples. When men want to find their way, why don't you ask for directions? You always just ask somebody. No, that's our drive from finding the trail over to the other valley or finding where the game is so we can bring back something to eat. Baby, will you hurry up and buy one of those goddamn sets of towels? Buy both sets. But I want to get, goddamn, just take one of them. Women love to shop. Men hate it. But you see, that's hunting, that's gathering. Women do that. There are things women love that men can't stand and vice versa. That's just the name of the game.
Please, can I say one thing?
Come on, bro. Get it.
One time. Emotional maturity.
Go, babe, and go to bed. Do not.
Emotional maturity.
All right, we'll holler at you, brother. You just interrupted him. This is the bridge.
I'm sorry, because Judge got so much knowledge that I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever get a chance to talk to him ever again.
We understand that you're a fan. Go, babe, and say your prayer.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Mr. Glenn, can you drop down?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I will.
Yeah. Bye.
Ooh.
Peace.
Peace, Darvis.
Hey man, can I get one little question in before I drop down?
Turn it up.
What's up, Darvis? What's up?
Can I just explain the maxims of law?
That sounds like a loaded question.
Hello?
Yeah, he understand what I'm talking about though.
He might be gone.
He said, which one am I talking to right now? Is this Dot? Coming back in. What he said when he came back? Testing. What? No. He had another word, like a military word. Yeah, brother got a little excited. He, had Judge. He went and pulled out his ISIS papers book. Told y'all to go get a copy.
He was in rare form. I give him that much.
Guys, here's y'all. This is the what they say. Last call for alcohol. Like
last call for alcohol.
Why am I showing my phone though? Like what's going on? What's really? It's late. All right.
It's very late.
Right. Here we go. All right, Judge.
I'm here.
Okay, he's here. Darvis had one last question for you. Darvis, you want to ask him again?
Can you explain the maxims of law?
Did you hear him?
No, I heard part of it. Say again, please.
Darvis,
the maxims of law.
The maxims of
the
law.
What of law?
The maximum you said of law.
You gotta let Dosey ask those questions.
Yeah, the maximum of law.
Just be quiet. The max.
Speak up a little louder so I can hear you.
The maxims of law.
Oh, maxims of law.
The maxims of law.
What about that?
He said, "What about
Which
it, Darvis?"
maxims?
Can you explain the origins and where they come from? Or where can we find them?
Where the law comes from?
Yeah, he wants to know what are the origins? Where does it come from? That was what he asked.
If you get three people together, you start getting a craving for law. Humans want to have predictability for their tomorrow, so they set up rules. That's where law comes from. That's what it is.
Okay, Judge, did you answer that question on what era? I know you were breaking down, but what era?
Oh, yeah, where they're fine. I just said what I was saying before I cut off was I've never seen so many 18, 19-year-old young women look like they're 55 to 65 years old as I see now. In other words, please, I understand why, but it's not healthy. And I don't care what these feminists tell you. There is something to be said for being attractive to the opposite sex. It'll get you a long way. And in my opinion, I think Black women looked their best when they got into afros, real live afros, where nobody was trying to call it natural hair because you had 5 feet of weave stuck in and braids down hanging below your ass.
What year would this be? What years would this be?
All right, maybe, but
he said just don't wear the purple and green. He said you could wear the weave. Y'all could wear the weaves, ladies. Just don't do purple and green.
I don't know. I think you'd look better without the weave, period.
Period.
Even if you got close cut hair, it's a point where it doesn't look natural. It just looks artificial. And the worst thing I think going on, I hope I don't offend anybody, is these barn door eyelashes that they wear. Look like you could jump out.
Man, say it again.
You better talk about it. You better talk about
And
it.
if you're going to wear something tight, don't wear it if you look like a sausage in a wrap.
So Judge, what? So you gave us the best era of women. $400
on getting your nails done. Spend that money on a gym membership.
All right, Judge. So you gave us the best era of women here in America. Now you sound like an international player. You've been all over the globe. So where on this earth, what are the best women or most beautiful women you encountered through your times? What were they on the earth? What they producing the best at? I like South America, myself. I like Brazil.
Top trying to find out where's the most.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where to go. I gotta ask those where to go.
Let me put it to this year. Let me say this. Some of the most beautiful women you'll ever run into, but some of the most dangerous are located in Brazil.
What you told us earlier, when times get rough or something like that. Yeah, I'm in that spirit. You already got me in that spirit, so I'm gonna take my chances.
It's safe in Brazil.
They will have your ass tied up somewhere.
That you don't want to run into because there's no cure. Okay?
He's gonna get the gift that keeps on giving, messing with them Brazilian women.
Somebody will cut your throat in a minute.
Well, what if I just import her in? Because Biden and the borders are real weak right now. I might even import her in though right now.
See, sisters can be beautiful, but you have to find the ones with the right attitude. If you want to find a beautiful sister to deal with, find one that likes her daddy.
Bars.
That is
much.
I like that.
Golden. That's golden. That's golden.
If you want a good woman, find one that loves her daddy.
That's nice. That's golden.
Yeah, that was everything right there. But to be sure, what was your choice? Mine was Brazil. You said that's a little too dangerous. What was your choice?
What, for me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, international player.
My niece, let's start with her. She's 60 years old now, but at one time she was Miss Tennessee for the Miss America pageant. She was a runner-up. Okay? I used to date Frida Payne, the singer, who was our Beyonce for my generation. I used to have a poster of her up in every room in my apartment. Okay, my last wife, looked like a damn movie star. She'd walk in places and everybody would be freaked out. I found something interesting, guys.
What was that?
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Man, I second that.
A woman who is comfortable with herself. And when she's comfortable with herself, she's like a guy. If you are a couch potato, you aren't too comfy with yourself because you worry about your ability to hang in circumstances. And if she's not comfy with herself, she has the same problems. So women who at 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 years old, outside of the baby fat, they tend to be better if they are fit. Get an athlete. They like athletic men. Get you an athletic woman if she's young.
Fuck that. I like a more mellow, laid back woman like Nisha.
Darvish is a more. He said he liked white women.
No. I never seen
that
no
was
shit
in
like
his
that.
Cardinal. That was in his Cardinal state.
Goddamn, baby, how you throw that on me?
That was in his Cardinal state.
Woman, take a look at her hand when she doesn't have nail polish on. You ever seen these half moons at the base of somebody's fingernails?
Yes.
Never paid attention. I was looking for something else, Judge.
If you have those, you have recent African ancestry. The interesting thing is somebody who looks like they're white confides in you. They've had a DNA test. They found out that they have a lot of black in them. It's just not the type that deals with the color aspect. It's got to do with other stuff.
So wait, if a white woman has, hold up, Judge, if a white you said if a white woman have a half moon on her nail, then she has African.
Yeah, that means she's got recent black ancestry. There's a lot of stuff like black Americans have a high percentage of Chinese in them. You know why? After the Civil War, when the Southern Railroads were in shambles, they brought a lot of Chinese coolies over to work on the Southern Railroad before they went out west. They didn't bring any Chinese women with them, but there was a lot of free black nookies, so they got themselves some. And a lot of black folk have great-grandparents, great-great-grandparents who are Chinese, and they don't even know it.
They don't even know it.
They get the DNA test and say, well, what is this shit here where I got 12.5% Chinese? What the hell? Yeah, that's because you got a great-grandparent or a great-great-grandparent who was Chinese. They were a railroad worker. Got a lot of that in black folk.
Okay.
So you never can tell. And then every southern state that was part of the Confederacy up until the early 1930s had laws on the books that said if you have no more than a certain amount of black ancestry, you're entitled to apply for Caucasian status. And a lot of black people got declared to be white.
Okay. Anybody else have any more questions before?
I mean, I still didn't get my answer. You know, what was his choice of what the most beautiful women in the world are?
I told you when the afro was fresh.
Now, not just here. I mean, international.
Bell bottoms in.
You mean international? That's putting them.
Let me put it this way. Now, what do you think my answer is going to be? See, in the mid-1960s at UCLA, every Tuesday, the women would gather in Meyerhoff Park, take their tops off and burn their bras and walk around topless for the rest of the day. So you got these sisters in 1968 are walking around topless with these pretty
afros. Okay, I'm with you. You got me. I understand now, Judge. You got me. I think I'm going with your answer.
No, top wants a so what we learned tonight is that top wants a foreigner for a white.
No. I want
for a foreigner, y'all. That's what we found out. We found out
I want one of the black Americans in the burn the bra era. Yeah, I want to go back. I want to take it back there.
My vote is I like American black women. That's all I've had for wives.
You better tell it, Judge. You let them know. You let them know. Let them know.
But let me put it this way. The most important thing is when you close your eyes and you can't see the woman, how does she treat you?
There you go.
Word.
Those funny shit.
Besides mothers, and let me put it to you this way. The strongest recruits to the black cause that you can have are white women who have black children.
Hey, say that again. I'm more troopers now.
I'm gonna let somebody. Yeah, I will let you do it, Darvis.
Of the black cause you can have are white mothers who have black children.
Well, that's what we bring in the Moors. You know, that's what
see, there you go. Y'all beige niggas always cross the line, man.
Women get very protective of their children if they're good mothers. And when their children look like black folk, they get very protective of black folk. I have an interesting white female acquaintance. We are good friends.
Long time ago.
To the
Long
drummer for one of the biggest names in black entertainment. All right? She lost her son to street violence. He was a brown-skinned brother, tall. I guess sisters would call him handsome. He wore dreads. Looked like Bob Marley, but tall. Some fool shot him to death 3 years ago. She hadn't gotten over it since. And her daughter is drop dead beautiful, looks like a movie star, obviously brown. And she and a group of people who were researching assassinations, we were sitting in this pub, right? And she's got her 2 children with her. They were in elementary school. One of them's wearing dreads and the other one's wearing braids. And this white woman said, "Hon, are those your neighbor's children?" No. The woman couldn't keep her mouth shut. She said, "Hon, are your co-workers, are you trying to enrich them?" He said, "No." She asked her the 3rd time, 4th time. The white woman that's married to this drummer for a big name black entertainer said, "Bitch, they popped out my pussy. They my baby. Now fuck you."
You called her a bitch and everything, Judge? Wow.
It's officially 2 o'clock.
Protective of black folk. You should see these white mothers who bred black. I mean, it's really funny. They won't tolerate shit being done about black. And look, I got a lot done when I had my show because of 3 white women. One was my makeup artist, who is now she's 68 years old. She, according to her friends, has never dated a white man in her entire life, and she's dealing with one very, very just off the boat looking brother. Okay?
What do you mean just off the boat?
Backing stuff up. One was the floor manager. Her adoptive daddy was black, dark-skinned brother, and he adopted her before she was a year and a half old when he married her mom. And the other one was somebody whose daddy was black. He's brown-skinned, but he adopted her when she was like 3. So those 3 white women made sure that nothing happened to Big Daddy Brown on the set. They'd come up and tell all the everything that was getting plotted.
Okay.
Ladies,
all right.
If you turn the light off and you can still see your man, get rid of that nigga.
Right, but you know, bottom line is the help sure helped out. Like, I won't be fool enough to turn down. Hey, Judge, they're plotting on you up in the booth. What are they saying? I'll get so and so to turn on the mic so you can hear.
She said they called him Big Daddy Joe.
Yeah, Big Daddy. You heard it. So brother, so Judge, are you telling me I should give me a white woman?
This is these white chicks that work for
That's
the
a hard
show.
stop. That's a no. Yeah.
So Judge,
That's a hard no.
Are you insinuating that I should get me a white woman and put a hedge of protection around myself?
No, you know what the white gals had as a T-shirt on my show?
What they said? What they said?
Joe's hoes.
So you had the white girls with T-shirts that said Joe's hoes on it?
Yeah, so what the hell is that? Joe's hoes. Dang them. Those were the straight gals, not the lesbians. They hated my ass.
I appreciate you. This was a classic show. Judge, we're in on that note. Joe's hoes. Yeah, we're in on that note.
Well, Judge, you usually end with your little rap that you do. If you want to go ahead and end with that, you can.
Oh my God.
Is that it?
I'm find something to rhyme. It's that time you got to get on off. But we come back around, and this is Judge Joe Brown. I'm getting in this game, so you don't be lame. We got some place to go. It's not just the show. It's the reality thing that deals with where you got to go. Aim high, work high, do it hard, and we'll be where we are, not in some prison yard, but in a palace, enjoying what we have. So get it on, be strong, and don't do wrong. Be in with the game, have no shame, and be what you ought to be. How about that for a little rhyme?
All right. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much for coming again.
Judge, they say, do you got what's your secret recipe for the barbecue sauce, and how can we order it?
I've been working on it 40 years. Let me tell you how to get this shit. It's really good stuff.
He said, let me tell you how to get this shit.
Chef worked on making it wholesome so old fruits and sprouts and stuff will carry it. But you can order it on Amazon. And they'll get it to you in 2 days. If you got Amazon Prime, it's free shipping. Or you can go to Judge Joe Brown Barbecue. That's JJBBBQ.com. One of my business partners is Tiffany Haddish. A lot of people in with this. We've got a sister who owns the only Black certified, USDA certified meat packing plant in California, located in Compton, California. She puts up the chicken links, beef links, the Beyond Meat veggie links. They're hot, mild, smoked, and raw. We've got hot and spicy barbecue sauce, and the same with the seasoning. And we're expanding it into cookers and other stuff too. It's good on just about anything you can put it on, from potato salad to French fries to beans, you name it. And it's been winning a lot of taste tests. And frankly, I've been working on the recipe for more than 40 years now.
So you can cook, so you can barbecue yourself. You can smoke.
Yeah, I had a custom-made thing. I wouldn't even fire it up unless I was going to cook at least a case. And I remember one time out in California, I cooked for men who cooked in the LA Coliseum. My sign-in showed we served 4,200 people. And one time we did this thing for the 2000th episode of the show. I brought in a catering service, and they just sat there and brought in the cooker, which was a huge thing that required a trailer. And we cooked up 100 slabs of baby backs, 25 slabs of beef ribs, 15 shoulders, and 10 briskets, and 7.5 gallons of sauce that I made up. So it was all gone, and people were trying to steal the product, but yeah, I can do it.
All right.
But you said only coming hot and spicy?
Now he got all flavors.
Well, no, regular and spicy.
Regular and spicy.
Okay.
The spicy has a red top, and the regular has a black label. You were looking at the posters behind me in the scene.
Yes, and we pinned your website on the show so everyone can see it. JJBBBQ.com. Absolutely. We appreciate you as always. You already know your family to the show, so this was a great conversation. We love your humor, right? We don't take, I appreciate everyone that came up and asked questions. Did you guys want to say any last words to the judge before we disconnect?
Peace to the judge, man. You in rare form tonight. I really don't deal with light-skinned people, but I fucks with you. Shout out to the ladies. Shout out to another light-skinned nigga, Topcatz. I fuck with y'all. Y'all the only two light-skinned niggas I fuck with, but peace to the ladies. Peace to the guards. Peace to the panel. I'm out.
Thank you, Jarvis.
Judge, don't worry about him. That's what'd you say? Black is the devil, and he come out the Sea Islands of South Carolina. Yeah, he related. He come from the families that came with the Goose Creek men back in the late 1600s to South Carolina. He one of those Goose Creek boys. One of those black plantation owners down there.
He's repping South Carolina.
Yeah. The untainted blood.
Here you go.
It's been good, Judge. We'll speak to you another time, okay?
All right.
We appreciate you. We definitely appreciate you.
Has been Judge Joe. Call me when you can. I'm the one that ran.
What they called you, Big Daddy Joe? You Big Daddy Joe. That's right.
Yeah, Uncle Joe, whatever the case may be.
Okay.
Man, we've been rocking a long time, man. Shout out to everybody who done wrote it out with us. Shout out to Mr. TD. Shout out to Sheik L. Appreciate the love and the cash out. Man, I'm gonna let y'all get out of here, man. I ain't gonna hold y'all up. I gotta go get me a facial. And just leaving the barbershop. I got the chalk. Nigga put chalk on my shit. They probably got some of my best work over there. Ounces. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people will go their whole careers and won't even find these ounces or go. They only take one conversation to find the understanding on. So, man, y'all be cool like y'all be cool. You know what? The reason why I say that is because nobody should be having no more black conversations around here. Nobody should be trying to break down the psyops or how niggas got put into the matrix or any. All of those answers are on this video right here. Anybody else come out here telling you anything different, they guessing. And, you know, the most important parts of this video, you know, you ain't never heard your favorite scholar land on none of these points, which is another indicator, you know, what are you doing? You know, yeah, what have you been doing, and how long have you been listening to the shit you've been listening to, and whatever genre you in? Because every genre dealt with the black topic. Ain't none of them niggas none of these Negroes came close to knowing what actually happened. None of them came close to telling us the truth. A whole lot of programming going on. And Judge, if he can program you, he'll program you. You gotta ask the right question, the right way, and you can get a right answer out of him. Otherwise, he gonna drop that programming on you. Any person that's trained in law are also trained to govern people. He's military. Somebody said, "See, I'm not gonna put that on him. I don't know. You gotta ask him. Wait till he tilting that bottle over there one of them nights after 2 a.m. Then you can slide it in there and ask him. But he might tell you he don't feel like that shit is Mr. Nasty time. What that nigga said on Friday is Mr. Nasty time right now. Nah, but real talk, this right here, Judge Joe Brown, is like a treasure chest, but you really gotta, you know, get him in a comfortable setting with 4 lovely ladies, you know. And also in the beginning, the topic actually was about the Trump assassination. So if y'all wanna, you know, hear that, it's probably like an hour and a half of that. We didn't even get to today because of my barbershop appointment. So we just jumped right to the topic. But that's also worthy of a replay. And I seen Dane Calloway dropped a few videos on it too. You But yeah, y'all can go check out the other copy on Unscrambled Mind. Y'all can go check that. But man, appreciate that love. I'm trying to see what this nigga is. You say you missed the whole thing. All right, that's a bet. Y'all be cool like y'all be cool. I'm gone.